Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website at www.webex.com.
We're going to get started in about 30 seconds. Thank you for your patience. Okay. The December 3rd, 2020 meeting of the Ways and Means Committee will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll? Ms. Barnhart.
Here.
Ms. Barnhart is present. Mr. Baroff.
Here.
Mr. Baroff is present. Mr. Brew.
Here.
Mr. Brew is present. Chairman Delahanty. Here.
Chairman Delahanty is present. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Here.
Mrs. DeFlorio is present. Mr. Felder.
Here.
Mr. Felder is present. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Hebert.
Here.
Mr. Hebert is present. Mr. Mafucci.
Here.
Mr. Mafucci is present. Mr. Marionetti.
Here.
Mr. Marionetti is present. Mr. Morelli.
Here.
Mr. Morelli is present. Mr. Turp.
Here.
Mr. Turp is present.
Okay. We will now need to suspend the rules of the legislature for the purpose of prohibiting public in-person attendance in accordance with Executive Order 202.1, which was extended through January 1st, 2021 by Executive Order 202.79. You have a non-debatable motion on your agenda which needs a maker and a seconded. Moved by Legislator Herbert and seconded by Legislator DeFlorio. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. There are two public hearings scheduled for tonight's meeting. Mr. Clerk.
An affidavit of publication and posting of the notice of the hearings on the assessment rolls of the Pure Waters District for 2021 and the notice of the hearing on the proposed 2021 Monroe County budget in the Daily Record and the Rochester Business Journal have been received and on file in the clerk's office.
Okay. I now declare open the public hearings on the assessment rolls for the Gates-Chile Ogden Sewer District, Irondequoit Bay South Central Pure Waters District, Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, and Rochester Pure Waters District for 2021. Are there any speakers registered for the hearings?
There are no speakers registered for these hearings, nor were any written comments submitted on these items.
I declare these public hearings closed. I now declare open the public hearing on the proposed 2021 Monroe County budget. Are there any speakers registered for this hearing?
We have approximately 43 speakers who sent in written comments via email. I will read those, it's 41. I will read those comments, keeping with the legislature's rules on a 2-minute time limit per speaker.
Thank you.
Our first speaker is Lisa Coopery. Please make all jailhouse calls free, effective immediately, and decrease the sheriff's budget to reflect the decreasing jailhouse population. The sheriff's office should not profit off the families of the incarcerated. Our next email is from Sophia Alisi. I'm contacting you today to demand that all jailhouse calls be free. To make contacting loved ones unattainable during incarceration is unnecessarily cruel and abuse of power for the sake of profit. It's sick. I am also demanding that the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. Why does the sheriff's office need all of that money? It doesn't. The sheriff's office should not be profiting off of other people's suffering. Justice for Daniel Krug. Our next email comes from Jenna Curacao. My name is Jenna Curacao and I'm a resident of Rochester, New York. I demand that all jailhouse calls be made free, effective immediately, and the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of people who are incarcerated. Our next email comes from Darren. I am a Rochester citizen and I am concerned on how calls from the Monroe County Jail are being monetized. Calls from jail should never have a fee attached. Allowing the basic dignity of talking to your family or loved ones should not have a cost. Likewise, in getting rid of the cost of phone calls, the sheriff's budget should reflect that reduction. Thank you for your time. Our next email is from Sonia McGaffin. I, as well as many others in the Rochester community, demand that all jailhouse calls be made free, effective immediately. The sheriff's budget must also be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not be profiting off of the families of people who are incarcerated, period. Our next email comes from Hayden King. The jail population has drastically declined, and it's absurd for the budget to remain the same. The budget for the jail should be halved. Other public services like schools have been tightening their budgets for a long time while your budget stays obscenely bloated. It's time to make cuts. Our next email comes from Caroline Sherwood. I'm contacting you to demand that all jailhouse calls be made free effective immediately, and the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of people who are incarcerated. Our next email comes from Eric Boxer. It's inhumane and unjust to make money off of incarcerated people's phone calls. The Sheriff's Department doesn't need the huge budget it currently has. Both of these issues are extremely important to me as a citizen of Rochester, and they both desperately need to be changed at the hearing tomorrow. Our next email is from Nancy Ayers. The budget for the Sheriff's Office is bloated and should be reduced. The number of people in jail has dropped significantly, so costs are down. This is a great opportunity to respond to the COVID budget crunch and shift monies to other government services, including those that can reduce the crime rates. Families and friends of people in jail should not be paying for their incarceration. This is inhumane and preys on people who can least afford it. Given the rise in COVID infections in the jails, prisoners should be freed on their own recognizance as much as possible. Our next email comes from Megan Baruso. I'm emailing to demand that all jailhouse calls be made free effective immediately, and the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of people who are incarcerated. Our next email is from Demelaide Olaide. The Monroe County Legislature should put people before profit. Jailhouse calls should be made free. The sheriff's budget should be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail populations. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of people who are incarcerated. Our next email is from Liam Allport. Price gouging in the prison phone industry is a serious problem, especially in Monroe County. Incarcerated persons can currently pay up to $9.95 for every 15-minute phone call. This rate is 15 times higher than what is charged in state prison. Total from these practices reached $870,000 this past year, with a large amount of this total coming from lower-income families. Jailhouse calls need to be made free in our county to take the burden off incarcerated persons and their families. On the topic, it is very alarming that the $158 million budget for the Sheriff's Department has plans to be approved in 2021. This budget needs to be scrutinized as more than half of it is allocated to the jail, the same jail which saw a daily jail population halve in 2020. Sheriff's Office should not profit off incarcerated persons and or their families, and the budget needs to reflect the changes we saw in 2020. Our next email is from Tracy O'Brien. After hearing about the budget plan, I demand that all jailhouse calls be made free effective immediately, and the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of people who are incarcerated. Our next email is from Naomi Moore. I am here to demand that all jailhouse calls be made free effective immediately, and the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of people who are incarcerated. Next email is from Jacob Miano. I'm a lifetime Monroe County resident, and I wanted to share my thoughts on the budget for the Sheriff's Department. It needs to be reduced to better match the declining jail population. I believe cutting it in half is more than fair, as those funds can be better spent on services that can directly reduce the need for a bloated police force. Furthermore, jail calls have to be made free. I'm appalled to know our local government takes advantage of our most vulnerable citizens, the families of those in prison, only to line the pockets of an already overfunded department. It's downright offensive. Please do better.
Yeah.
Our next email.
All right, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm right.
Ernest.
Nice to meet you.
Next email.
I would ask that whoever's open on the line mute their phone.
Our next email comes from Lisa Rickman. I'm writing to you as one of the many Monroe County constituents who would like to see an actionable change between the community and their public safety employees. As such, I am joining in the demand for all jailhouse calls to be made free effective immediately, the budget decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. It's unconscionable for the Sheriff's Office to be making a profit off of these families, especially in this time of crisis and economic loss. Next email is from Jay Wickard. My name is Jay Wickard, and I'm a resident of Rochester, New York. I demand that all jailhouse calls be made free immediately. The attempt to profit off of already vulnerable families is despicable. Family members deserve the right to contact and talk to their loved ones without the fear of not being able to afford to do so. The sheriff's budget the sheriff's budget should also be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from families of people who are incarcerated. Next email is from Colin Wildridge. As a resident of the Rochester community, I am writing to demand, in solidarity with the people of Rochester, that the sheriff's budget be reduced to reflect the reduction in jail population, as well as to effectively respond to the demands for justice by the community over the last few months. I also demand, in solidarity with incarcerated peoples and their families, that all jailhouse calls be made free effective immediately. I would also demand that money should be reinvested into community services, especially for supporting education and health services in predominantly Black and brown areas of the city. It is blatantly immoral for law enforcement to profit off the criminalization of Black and brown bodies, LGBTQIA+ folks, especially the trans folks of color, people viewed as disabled, and those who suffer under enforced poverty by the state and corporate collectors. Profit is less important than people. In solidarity with the people of Rochester. Our next email is from Maura Hamilton. I'm writing to demand that all jailhouse calls be made free effective immediately, and the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of people who are incarcerated. As the daughter of a formerly incarcerated person, I have witnessed firsthand the way the current system is designed to do favor with money. I'm one of the families that a sheriff's office was able to profit off of, and I demand that no other families go through that. I remember watching my mother send my dad money so he could afford the simplest things like writing letters, phone calls, etc. Although he did a variety of jobs while he was in prison, he was paid less than $1 an hour. My dad was lucky we could afford to send him money for his basic needs, but not everyone is that lucky, and incarcerated people should not suffer simply because they do not have the same access as others. The current policies perpetuate a system built on systematic racism, and I'm calling for an end to all policies that perpetuate this cycle. It is time for the Monroe County Legislature to stand up and do the right thing. Next email is from Jamie L. McCullough. I would like to say that I support the sheriff's budget being reduced from what is being proposed. As a Monroe County citizen, I would prefer to see those resources be put towards things that reduce crime that our community is lacking. Things like increasing access to affordable housing, food, and health care. Additionally, I would like to see jail calls be made free to people who are spending time in jail. Next email is from Vasily Georgolopoulos. We the people demand that all jailhouse calls be made free, effective immediately, and the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of people who are incarcerated. Our next email is from Owen Boyce. In the midst of a global pandemic and the largest racial justice movement in the United States, I was concerned to see that our county plans to spend $1.6 billion on the Office of the Sheriff, page 335 of the 2021 proposed budget. This disturbed me deeply. Furthermore, the daily jail population decreased by nearly half in 2020, but the 2021 proposed budget allocates the same amount of money, $158 million for the county jail as in years past. This does not make sense. At the same time, the sheriff's office and county should not be profiting from the families of people who are incarcerated. I stand behind the demands from Free the People Rock and strongly encourage the county legislature to amend the budget to ensure 1, all jailhouse calls be made free effective immediately, 2, sheriff's budget decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. If the county legislature decides to hold incarcerated people hostage by charging their loved ones for making phone calls, decides to spend an exorbitant amount of money on the legal punishment system, it will be hard for me to see those choices as anything other than embracing anti-Black racism. Our next email is from Kay Moses. Effective immediately, make jailhouse calls free, sheriff's budget decreased to reflect decreasing jail population. Thank you for considering the above actions. Next email is from Catherine Varga. I stand with Free the People Rock in demanding that jailhouse calls be made free effective immediately and that the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. It's unconscionable to financially exploit the families of incarcerated people trying to maintain contact with loved ones, particularly during a pandemic. Our next email is from Dina Noto. I'm writing to demand that all jailhouse calls be made free effective immediately and the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of people who are incarcerated. Our next email is from Michael Williams. Where's the shame? Let all jailhouse calls be free of charge and let the sheriff's budget reflect the decreasing jail population. Our next email is from Virginia Hall. All jailhouse calls must be made free effective immediately. The sheriff's budget should be reduced to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of people who are incarcerated. Our next email is from Isaiah Ponder. I'm sure you've received a lot of emails at this point regarding the jail calls, and mine will be no different. I was recently made aware of the budget meeting and have some deeply disturbing concerns as a resident of Monroe County. My main problem is the fact that the county seems to be profiteering off of the global pandemic with the high calling rates and also has no proposed amendment to those rates. It's possible at this point to end the charges immediately since the pandemic is resurging. Or is there a way the residents can be assured the money that was robbed will be reallocated to other countywide projects, such as maybe coffee and cops? Our next email is from Katie Elder. I'm a caring citizen who lives in Upper Monroe. Connecting with people is difficult in the best of times and is a human right that should be afforded to those in our jail. Please make all calls from the jailhouse free immediately. Let our community heal and stop profiting from mass incarceration. Thank you. Our next email is from Annick Nordmark. Jailhouse calls need to be made free immediately. It's unconscionable that money is being made off of people in this way. How embarrassing for our county that this has gone on for so long. Next email is from Andrea Carvalho. My name is Andrea. I'm a Monroe County resident. I implore you that all jailhouse calls be made free immediately and the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of people who are incarcerated. Our next email is from Sarah Termula. I would like to demand that all jailhouse calls be made free effective immediately and the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of those who are incarcerated. Thank you. Our next email is from Kimberly Russell. As a citizen of Western New York, I'm very concerned about the role jailhouse calls have in the sheriff's budget. Therefore, I'm demanding that all jailhouse calls be made free effective immediately, and the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of people who are incarcerated. Thank you for your immediate attention to this crisis. Next email is from Tara Nelson. I'm writing to express my deep concern over the $158 million in the draft budget slated for the Sheriff's Department. Jail population in 2020 has decreased significantly, and so should this budget. This country, and especially Monroe County, are experiencing a crisis due to the pandemic, and the county must provide financial aid directly to the services that serve the citizens. Use this money to help the poor, educate children, heal the sick, provide public transportation, and support small businesses. I was personally tear gassed multiple times by police and members of the Sheriff's Department in downtown Rochester in the fall of 2020. The actions of the police and sheriffs were uncalled for and they should be held accountable. The Sheriff's Department budget should be significantly reduced. All jailhouse phone calls should be free. How do you expect incarcerated people to pay to talk to their mothers, children, spouses, and family members who love them? Make these phone calls free. You have the power to use taxpayers' money to serve the good of all people. Please exercise that power and help us make Monroe County a healthy, safe community. The Sheriff's Department does not make us safe. They are brutal bullies and should not receive $158 million in funding. The next email is from Alexa Utzming. I'm emailing to demand that all jailhouse calls be made free effective immediately. The sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit from the families of people who are incarcerated. Our next email is from Aubrey Grube. I hope I am not too late to be included. I want to urge the committee to make jailhouse and prison calls free effective immediately. It is morally reprehensible to exploit the limited means of connection between incarcerated people and their families, and friends for profit, especially during a pandemic. Further, the sheriff's office budget should be cut and the funds invested in community support programs. Our next email is from Christina Kaiser. I'm writing today to demand that all jailhouse calls be made free effective immediately and the sheriff's budget be decreased to reflect the decreasing jail population. The sheriff's office should not profit off the families of people who are incarcerated. Please bring this up at tonight's meeting. Next email is from Fiona Morris. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight, and I would like to talk about Monroe County's budget. My name is Fiona Morris. I'm a student in Monroe County. Recently, I conducted research regarding the child welfare system and some of the inequities in this system. Some of my findings are as follows. Black children are 6.2 times more likely to be involved in an SCR, statewide central registrar of child abuse and maltreatment, report than white children. However, federal studies indicate that children abuse and neglect is actually lower for black families than it is for white families. In the foster care system, 33% of children are black, but they make up only 15% of the child population. Black children are 12.8 times more likely to be admitted to foster care than white children. In the juvenile detention system, 42% of boys and 35% of girls in juvenile facilities are black. This indicates that black children are grossly overrepresented in the system. Specifically in Monroe County, racial disparities in child protective services in the foster care system rank in the extreme range for black children when compared to white children in a 2019 analysis conducted by New York State Office of Children and Family Services. Because of the large number of minorities in these systems, I believe that Monroe County's budget should include funding for agencies to implement non-racist practices to address the institutional racism and reduce the disparities within these systems. One strategy to do this would be giving mandated reporters better guidelines and specific training rather than just a checklist of signs to look for. This would ensure that reporters do not base their suspicions on ethnic biases they may have. Another strategy would be to have performance appraisals related to cultural competence for workers to ensure that workers are sensitive to the needs and struggles of their clients. Another strategy would be to expand hours and create new locations for agencies to make services more easily accessible for families of color, since studies show that services are often not available within communities of color. Thank you. Next email is from Bridget Hurley. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to share the Children's Agenda recommendations and commendations in response to the proposed 2021 budget. During this time of extraordinary stress and vulnerability, it's more important than ever that decision makers like yourselves have children at top of mind. We center our recommendations on the tremendous needs created by the pandemic and also the structural racism embedded in public institutions. All child-serving systems must be scrutinized for racial bias in their operations, which leads to disparate outcomes for black and brown young people. We are pleased to see some promising proposals in the 2021 budget, such as more resources dedicated to preschool special education related services reimbursement rates and to the entire special children's services coordination team. Child care will be more affordable due to a proposed reduction in parent fees to the lowest rate allowed in New York State, and the creation of a new data team within DHS to support better decision making and analysis. Our priority recommendations for change in the 2021 budget and beyond are to: 1, we urge the county to commit implementing a racial equity assessment process that would identify the disproportionate impact that any proposed resolution or law would have on black and brown residents, similar to an environmental impact statement. 2, as a result of that process, we urge the changes to county policy, funding, and practices to reverse racial inequities. The Race Commission recommendation could form the basis of those changes. 3, establish a new absence policy in the child care subsidy system to bring more stability to the county's child care providers. 3, demonstrate accountability and transparency by launching a children's dashboard with publicly viewable indicators of child health and well-being. There are more proposals in our county budget report, which you will receive if you haven't already. We welcome any opportunity to speak with you about how we can be a partner with Monroe County in building a community where children can thrive. Our Our next email is from Blue Cease. My name is Blue Cease, and I'm here to again raise concerns about the arts funding model that has been in place in Monroe County and will continue in the proposed budget. The issue impacts my organization, but numerous other smaller organizations even more significantly. I urge you to consider a change. As seen in the 2021 proposed Monroe County budget, there is a continuation of the past model. 75% of the funds go to one large organization, and a few other large organizations receive substantial support, leaving only 4% to be divided among only a dozen many mid-sized organizations that form the diverse base of our arts community. Many of these small arts organizations don't know these funds are available, don't know how to apply, and in some cases have had repeated requests for information left unanswered. Right now, most small and mid-sized arts organizations, those that form the vital and diverse base of our arts ecosystem, are facing their biggest challenge ever. They're closed or only partially open, their audiences are diminished, and they have very little, if any, revenue. As in the for-profit, restaurant, and entertainment sectors, the COVID-19 health crisis had a disproportionate impact on small and mid-sized arts organizations. These are the organizations with the least ability to weather the storm. Why does the proposed 2021 budget continue a top-heavy, outdated funding model that favors those organizations with the most resources? Looking at our peer communities, some with far less vibrant arts communities, they all have a public process that more accurately supports their valued arts community assets. Put simply, our arts funding model is outdated and regressive. The current concerns with the old art funding model have been publicly raised on several occasions, so some in the art community were surprised to see no change in the proposed 2021 budget. I urge the Bell administration and the legislature to correct this long-standing imbalance, allocate a greater percentage for small and mid-sized organizations, follow well-established best practices in arts, and more actively support our community's art venues at this critical time of need. Thank you. That concludes our public forum. Or sorry, that is the last speaker on the public hearing for the budget.
Okay. There being no other speakers on this subject, I declare this public hearing closed. Are there any speakers signed up for public forum?
There are not, nor were any written comments emailed for the public forum.
Okay. At this time, I would like to introduce Robert Franklin, Chief Financial Officer of Monroe County, who is here to present the proposed 2021 Monroe County budget as it pertains to the Ways and Means Committee. We will have a question and answer period following the presentation. The floor is yours, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Much appreciated. Let me just share my screen. Here we go. And we have the 2021 budget presentation as it pertains to the Ways and Means Committee. Mr. Chairman, I think all the members have seen this slide several times. I'd like to just skip past it. I'd like to look at a different way of presenting our expenditures. I created this slide for last year's presentation because whereas the previous pie chart shows what we spend our money for, this slide shows what we spend our money on. So looking at this slide, Mr. Chairman, salaries and benefits are only running about 2.8% higher, $8.8 million in the proposed budget. And you recall that our jailers union will receive a 7.5% pay raise next year. So the overall increase in salary and benefits you see on this screen is roughly $2 million higher than it would have been otherwise if it were the typical 1.5% to 2% pay raise. One side comment about salaries. You know, when I was on my way out the door last year, I met with the transition team, and the first thing I said to that team was that the greatest threat to Monroe County success was our pay scales. Every department head will tell you, as they've told me, how difficult it is recruiting and retaining talented people because we just can't compete with the private sector, let alone the other municipalities and school districts. Our pay scales have been, frankly, stuck in the mid-2000s, and our budget needs to support our human resources team as they try and recover 17 lost years. If I can move along, appropriations for our contractual services and supplies are about $6.8 million higher for 2021, but they do include about $6.5 million to pay our hotel tax distributions, previously not budgeted. So a quick thank you to all our department heads for working with the budget office to control these costs. I realize that particular aspect of the sausage making was not pretty, so you have my sincere appreciation. Again, to the next line, asset equipment and capital is running lower than the current year's budget by about $2.8 million. Frankly, asset equipment purchases are generally one-time expenses. Of course, they happen every year, but just differently. This particular appropriation tends to fluctuate, obviously. I'll reiterate one point mentioned back in the Public Safety Committee. There was a large one-time expense of $1.5 million back in 2020, and that was for the 911 phone system update. You'll also notice on this slide our debt service is lower. It's about $1.5 million. Debt service is lower due to about a $1.5 million reduction in our bonded debt service. And also, as we've discussed in prior committee meetings, it's also lower due to a net $3 million reduction in the redemption of a bond anticipation note. Appropriations for our public assistance benefits are about $3.2 million lower. That includes a reduction in our statutory Medicaid cap payment to New York State. That's about $6 million lower. Also includes a $2.1 million reduction in the local share of our community hospitals' Medicaid upper payment limit, local share. But we've also increased our appropriations for safety net assistance and our daycare appropriations, expecting a post-COVID increase in caseload. Just very briefly, looking at a pie graph of the county's operating revenues, I just really want to touch on some highlights. On the right, you see our property tax and county services to localities. Combined, it's about 38% of budgeted revenues. That's really the bread and butter of our revenues. State aid and federal aid, just about a quarter, a little more of overall budgeted revenues. And of course, the other major revenue source for us I want to highlight is our sales tax. Now, we only budget net collections, the county share, and those run about 12% of our budgeted revenues. Those percentages don't change a whole lot from year to year. What's important on this slide is knowing that the levy and the below-the-line charges are a very stable revenue source for the county. State and federal aid, they account for about a quarter of revenue, and you can debate whether that's a lot or a little. But generally speaking, those revenues are collected, so they are considered relatively stable. Sales tax, we give away a lot of sales tax. It only accounts for 12% of our revenue. But in terms of our revenue structure, I think you've heard this before, being such a low percentage is actually good because it's considered a highly volatile revenue source. So let me just get into a couple highlights on each of these. Property values, once again, are increasing, and we're pretty much back to the way we were prior to the 2008 and 2009 recession. Part of the growth in property values here, it's about 15%, relates to new construction. The bulk of the growth, however, is due to the continuing incredibly robust real estate market. And you'll see tangible evidence of that later in this meeting when you get to the referral for the mortgage tax distribution. And by the way, no, Monroe County does not get a piece of that mortgage tax distribution. Quick note for tax cap purposes, New York State holds us harmless for that growth in our levy due to new construction. And using the growth factor provided to us by state tax and finance, levy growth from new construction next year amounts to just over $3.7 million of our allowed levy growth. This is kind of a small font slide, but I put it together because the people who buy our bonds and our credit rating agencies ask a lot of questions about taxes. So I've been producing this slide for them for about the past 5 years. Generally, my preference is to focus on tax rates, but I do have to put all my cards on the table when I meet with them, and this particular slide helps in that conversation. This slide shows you the general levies and the below-the-line charges that go on our tax bills back to 2007, and I'm also included on the bottom what we're proposing to be in the upcoming January 2021 tax bill. As proposed, the combined general levy and below-the-line charges reflects about a $6.6 million increase over the current year. If you recall on the previous slide, the tax cap hold us harmless for the first 3.7 of that levy growth because it relates to new construction. Regarding sales tax, we're budgeting sales tax revenue next year at $149,930,000. It represents about a 5.1% reduction from the adopted 2020 budget, but it pretty much is the midpoint range of where I think the current year is actually going to end up. I'm not going to lie, there's as much art as there is science in projecting sales tax revenue. I do model these in two different ways, but I do then let economic data sway my opinion up or down. I look at jobs data, employment rates, wages, personal disposable income, and one of my favorites is the personal savings rates. So even with the recent surge we're experiencing in COVID cases, I do think we are still okay, but it's certainly an area of financial risk for the county. Looking briefly at state aid. Budgeting state aid was a tough call this year. I honestly believe the state will keep the money they have already been withholding from us. I do believe that withholding will continue through March 31st, so I felt the 21 proposed budget should reflect that and acknowledge that. The question becomes what to assume after March 31st. If we assume the withholding will continue beyond that date, we would either need to use more of our fund balance to balance the budget or reduce appropriations. We've already said in previous venues that the post-COVID recovery could extend upwards of 3 years. So I just felt appropriating more fund balance now limits our options in the second and third year of that recovery and limits our options perhaps to nothing more than raising taxes. Of course, the other option was to reduce appropriations. About 85% of our state aid is tied to entitlement programs in our human services and public health departments. Reducing appropriations for entitlement programs doesn't get us out of actually paying for those programs. So we could quickly find ourselves in the situation of needing to amend our budget to use additional fund balance, or worse, finding ourselves needing to issue a budget note. In addition, we discussed that reducing appropriations could impair our ability to pivot quickly and shift our resources to new COVID-19 response actions. Given that the county demonstrated this year that it could identify specific appropriations to reserve from spending, the strategy for the proposed budget is again to identify specific appropriations and apply budget reserves immediately when the budget is loaded into SAP on January 1st. As the year will progress and circumstances improve, we certainly can release those reserves back to their respective departments. And then, let's see, my last slide, Mr. Chairman, looking at the appropriated fund balance. Last year, I said to, if not the full legislature, at least the Ways and Means Committee, you should always ask questions when you see the use of appropriated fund balance. And you have been in prior committee meetings, so I'm just going to summarize all of that on this particular slide. Within our debt service fund, you should know that cash equals fund balance. That doesn't always in other funds. So within our debt service fund, we have to manage our cash pretty closely for the Internal Revenue Service. The strategy we've taken is to use the available unrestricted cash in debt service fund to fully redeem the bond anticipation notes because the repayment period for those capital projects would have otherwise been very, very short. So by doing this, we avoid paying bond issuance costs and the associated interest with those bonds. The restricted portion of our debt service fund represents our reserve for bonded debt. The reserve for bonded debt can only be used for the debt service on the capital projects for which that cash was originally borrowed. Looking at the next group, the use of Pure Water's fund balance has been a recurring theme in this county, but over the past 2 to 3 years has been coming down. Each year, County Controller and I meet with the management team over in Environmental Services to review each of the district's operating results, look at their financial condition, and talk about what might be needed in the upcoming budget. Turning to our Internal Services Fund, the use of fund balance goes right to the question of fund balance management, which was asked about in a previous meeting. The plan here is to reduce the amount of the unrestricted fund balance, specifically within our building accounts. And the strategy to accomplish that plan is a methodical and measured approach of appropriating $1 million per year for the next 5 or 7 years, taking into consideration the financial position of the other internal service accounts and in the general fund. And I need to stress that point. We have discretely presented funds with their own fund balances, but we are one county. I've said before that it's absolutely critical for the county's financial future that we manage each fund concurrently and in consideration of the whole rather than simply as independent silos. So with that said, that brings me to our general fund. There's a reason the budget book includes a 2-year forecast. It's so we don't promise to pay on Tuesday for a hamburger today. At the same time, I get that there's no getting around the fact that we need to deal with 2021 before we get to 2022. So again, this budget takes a measured approach with the use of fund balance in anticipation of needing 2 and perhaps 3 years to recover from the economic havoc caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. So in this proposed budget, using an annual amount of $11.6 million, we can address shortfalls in revenues for the next 3 years while still maintaining a good financial position that will secure the county ready access to capital markets at favorable borrowing rates. Mr. Chairman, that was kind of the story or the strategy behind the budget, and that concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to entertain questions from the committee.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. And I will now open the floor to any committee members who have questions regarding the Ways and Means portion of the budget. And I ask that all of you be patient. All of you will get an opportunity to ask your questions, and we will, I will call on you as I hear you, and we'll get started. So,
Legislator Brew.
Legislator Brew, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Delahanty. Through the chair to the administration, can you provide a breakdown of all travel appropriations within each division of each department whose portion of the budget falls within the purview of the Ways and Means Committee? This shall include planned travel, including planned conference attendance.
Mr. Chairman, I do believe staff is already at work on assembling travel-related appropriations for the various committees. I believe this will be prepared part and parcel to that endeavor, and we will provide that before December 8th.
Okay. Thank you very much. And through the chair, and pardon me if this question may have been asked before, I am not sure, but through the chair to the administration, can you provide a breakdown of all cellular telephone appropriations within each division of each department whose portion of that budget falls within their purview of the Ways and Means Committee?
Mr. Chairman, again, I believe we are already working on assembling a report of cell phone appropriations by department. I'm a little concerned it won't be as detailed as requested, based on the documentation that is generally maintained, but we will have what I believe will be adequate information for you, and we will note anything that's not there.
Very, very good. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. And just as an informational side note, with our full legislator meeting coming Tuesday, do you know when we might be able to be looking for those responses?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be honest, I'm not working on those personally. Staff in the budget office are reaching out to various departments and our information services office, information services department to collect all these. I hate making promises I can't keep, so I'm a little hesitant to give you a time and date, Mr. Chairman. But we try to provide these things well in advance of the meeting.
Right. Yes. Okay. And the next question, through the chair, how much, if any, general fund balance is being applied to departments that fall within the committee's purview? And if general fund balance is being applied, what amount is restricted versus unrestricted?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a summary of just the departments pertaining to the Ways and Means Committee. I'm happy to go through the departments later on and identify that information. If it's not specifically requested, we'll still package it for you in the requested fashion.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair to the administration, could you please provide the most recent copy of the tax cap compliance form submitted to the state controller, as well as future submissions as they become available?
Mr. Chairman, we did file our tax cap compliance. I can make a copy. There generally is no further tax cap reporting. There likely will be a state comptroller desk review, perhaps in the summer, July or August. If there's changes resulting from that, we will make sure that the legislature receives a copy.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, a few more questions, if I could, please, to the administration. Could you please provide a breakdown of the tax levy by each individual municipality?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that may or may not be in a referral to be voted on in December. I'm trying to think of what the actual resolution looks like. If it's not part of the resolution, we'll prepare a chart for you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. If I could switch to the Board of Elections, through the chair to the administration, on page 83, with a high number of absentee ballots cast in 2020, the election cycle due to the COVID-19, can we expect to see an increase in this type of voting in the 2021 election as well? Will the BOE need additional resources for the processing of these ballots?
Mr. Chairman, I do believe we have representatives from our Board of Elections on the line, the commissioners or their budget staff, if I could please defer to them.
Yeah, this is David Raddick with the Board of Elections. Through the chair, to answer your question, I believe we will see an uptick in the number of absentee ballots that are cast. How much of an uptick is kind of anybody's guess. The governor has mentioned that there may be some new executive orders or legislation coming down that allow more people to be able to vote by absentee, just either through no fault absentee or using COVID as an excuse. But you know, what kind of an increase we'll see is kind of unknown. It's not a presidential year, so I don't believe it'll be near the numbers that we received this year, but we do anticipate that more people will take advantage of voting by absentee.
Yes, thank you very much. And I have a follow-up question in regard to that. Through the chair, can we expect state aid to be distributed in the event of additional fiscal resources may be needed, or do you expect the local municipalities have to possibly, foot the bill for the additional budget requirements for the BOE.
Yeah, through the chair, we haven't heard anything definitive regarding 2021. The state aid that was made available to us does expire at the end of this year. And again, we haven't heard anything that's coming down for sure. You know, as Mr. Franklin stated earlier, budgeting for state aid next year is kind of unknown. We just don't know if there's going to be anything coming down. We put the budget together assuming that there will not be state aid, because I think that's always a safer bet when you're preparing a budget.
Okay, thank you very much. And another question through the chair to the administration on page 83. What steps has the Board of Elections taken to ensure the security, validity of our local elections are not compromised? Will additional funds be needed to protect the integrity of our elections in the future of electronic and mail voting appear to become more prevalent?
Through the chair, the Board of Elections has worked extensively with County IS this year and will continue to do so moving forward. Some of the County IS department has already been discussing some plans moving forward for the Board of Elections. They want to isolate the BOE network. Right now it's part of the county network. That will change moving forward. Specifics regarding that probably should be directed to County IS, but I know that that is one of the things that has been talked about. There will also be upgrades to our election night reporting system. We do feel that things are secure right now. You know, the voting machines are not connected to the internet. They are not on networks. Everything is a very closed off process and system, but there will be some upgrades that through County IS, the Board of Elections will be working towards in 2021 and beyond.
Okay, thank you. Your response has prompted a follow-up question to that, and through the chair to the administration, are the security requirements in part dictated by the state Board of Elections, or are the security requirements and those steps that we take to ensure secure elections, are they pretty much homegrown, developed by our own local Board of Elections?
Through the chair, the Board of Elections at a county level works very closely with the state to follow all cybersecurity related recommendations and rules and stipulations that they put forward. Some of these systems and where we, how we achieve that are homegrown things, things that through working with County IS that have been put together, but they fall, everything we do has to follow the guidelines set forth by the state Board of Elections. So, we tend to and try to go above and beyond any recommendations that the state Board of Elections has laid forth for us.
Okay, thank you very much. And through the chair on page 82, what has caused the contractual service appropriation to decrease from $6,000 in 2020 to $4,900? I'm sorry, $6 million in 2020 round figures and $4.9 million in the 2021 proposed budget. Again, that's on page.
I'm sorry. Through the chair, part of that was actually HAVA CARES money that was added in 2020 to the amended or to the adopted budget. It was there was amendment made that added up to $880,745. So it's actually not as big of a drop off as it looks, but that is just due to a decrease in workload. 2020 being a presidential year, all of our volume is higher. So there will be a small decrease, but it's not quite as big as it looks. I think you'll actually, if you remove that $880,745 out, you'll see a decrease of only $158,000. And I think that it basically is made up of just the volume being lower, going from a presidential year to a local year.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair to the administration, referring to page 433, please explain the decrease of $664,000 in professional services in the 2021 proposed budget. What services are being deemed unnecessary in 2021 fiscal year?
Through the chair, the professionals, oh, I'm sorry.
Nope, that's quite all right. I was going to jump in on your behalf there. The 2020, as you previously mentioned, does include $200,000 of that additional funding that was provided, so the decrease isn't quite that much. I was going to add that a lot of the professional services on this budget line also fund our interpretive services, Spanish language, American Sign Language, the emergency elections inspectors. But Mr. Rylick, if there's additional information, please share.
Sure, absolutely. Mr. Franklin is correct, and just kind of building upon that, the main thing that comes out of this GL account is our coordinators and election workers. They make up, roughly 90% of this bucket, for lack of a better word. And with going from a presidential year where you have 3 elections, early voting for each one of those elections, to an election year where you're only going to have 2 elections, hopefully barring any special election that comes up, that really, covers the entire cost. The reason why it's less this year, would just have 1 less election, essentially.
Right. And thank you very much. And I guess a follow-up question to that, if I may, through the chair to the administration, in line talking about the fluctuations that we've seen, from these presidential election years to the local election years. My next question is in regard to that, and through the chair, can we expect any of these services deemed unnecessary in the 2021 budget to again be required in the future election cycles? And an additional question, what is the county's long-term plan for these, for budgeting these fluctuations?
Through the chair, we have tried over the past few years to kind of control the roller coaster that is the Board of Elections budget. We've been doing so by, there's some expenses that can be put off to the lower years rather than doing those in the presidential or the governor's year. We try to hold off on doing those for the lower years to kind of mitigate the drop off that happens with our budget from year to year. So we've tried to create more of a baseline budget while still maintaining accuracy, of course. No services really were deemed unnecessary that caused this to drop. It really just comes down to volume. The volume's always higher in presidential years and in governor's years, and it tapers off in the 2 subsequent years. I don't believe that, I believe that this will follow somewhat of a predictable cycle, that in the governor's year in 2022, this may increase slightly, at least, because if more inspectors are needed, then that will raise this GL account, as well as if when we get to that point, depending on what the minimum wage will be and what we want to pay people in regards to that, if we do any kind of increase in their hourly wage that these election workers are making, that will also cause this GL account to fluctuate or lack of a better word, to probably increase slightly if that's the case. So there will be some ebbs and flows with this account.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And through the chair, on page 433, please explain the increase of $135,000 in commit item 504315, professional services computers.
Through the chair, that 504315, the increase is basically made up of our voter database software. That is the main item that comes out of this GL account. Currently, we are using NTS, and with NTS, we have through the years noticed that there isn't as much area for customization or any kind of, it's also not a really user-friendly system necessarily. So we are going to be reaching out to some new vendors in 2021 with the goal of seeing if there's a better system out there. And if we decide to move away from the current system that we have, then we believe there will be some overlap in 2021 where we will be paying for both systems in the same year as we transition from one to the other. We didn't want to end one abruptly and start a new system without some time to see how those systems are going to work together and transition from one to the other.
Okay, thank you. Just 2 more questions, if I may. through the chair to the administration on page 81. Have there been any changes to the fee structure in the 2021 proposed budget from the 2020 amended budget?
Through the chair, the 2021 fees, I believe, have remained the same from 2020. But every year we do look at that, and I do anticipate there may be some changes needed for the 2022 budget. But going from 2020 to 2021, I believe the fees have remained the same.
And I'll confirm there's no changes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. My last question, I think, through the chair to the administration on page 82, why has state aid dropped from $950,000 approximately in 2020 amended budget to zero in the 2021 proposed budget? Will this have a direct effect on the ability of the board of elections to function properly?
Through the chair, in 2020, we were granted a portion of the HAVA Cares grant that was given to us by the New York State Board of Elections. We don't know of anything like that coming down for 2021. We didn't want to plan on it without knowing if something was going to be coming down from the state. So that is why that number drops off to zero, because we just haven't heard of anything. We didn't want to assume that any kind of assistance was going to be coming down without knowing for sure.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
I apologize. To answer your question, though, this will not affect the ability of the BOE to operate in 2021. This was money that was unexpected. It was welcomed, but it was unexpected. And we prepared this budget not assuming that we would be given any kind of state aid for next year.
Okay. And a follow-up question to the chair. Do we expect this level of state funding going forward for future presidential election cycles, as more mandated changes to the election process seem to be coming every year? And I know I'm asking you to look into your crystal ball, and I completely understand if you tell me I have no way of knowing.
Well, I'll try to give you a little bit more than that. I do agree. I mean, in my opinion, I would not anticipate this level of state funding coming every year. I wouldn't count on it coming every year. If it does, then that will be a bonus and a benefit to us. But there have been many election changes over the years that have come down without state aid accompanying them. So I would say that we would be potentially, I wouldn't expect that to necessarily for the two to go hand in hand. So at this point, I don't anticipate that coming down. But, it would be a welcome benefit if it does. But going based off of past experience, changes come down very often that require more out of our Board of Elections, and many times, and most of the time, those are not accompanied by any kind of state aid.
Okay. My colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee are going to kill me, but I do have one more question, and that is
Sure.
Regarding the election inspectors, sir. We're all familiar with election inspectors, the long days they work, and at times the very difficult recruiting challenges that are out there to find election inspectors. How did that go this year? Could someone please just give us a general idea on how the recruitment process went, and how the primary days and the election days went with the election inspectors? And also, have the election inspectors had any type of an hourly rate increase over the last years? And do you feel that might be appropriate for the coming years? So I'm sorry, through the chair to the administration, I dropped a lot of questions on you, but it's just generally inquiring about the status of the election inspectors.
Yeah, through the chair. Recruiting election inspectors has always been difficult. As you said, there are long days. You get breaks, but they're short compared to the hours you're working. You have to show up at the site at 5 a.m. and oftentimes you're not done till 10 p.m. So it's always a challenge recruiting inspectors. You also have to find people that don't already have a job that they're working that day, or that can get off from their jobs to work and help us out that day. So it went well. I think it went better than in past years, but it's always a struggle, and it may always be a struggle. We've talked about trying to split shifts and everything. Logistically, it's a challenging day either way, no matter what you do. We have increased the rate of pay for them over the past few years. I believe in 2018, 2017, I believe they were paid $11 an hour. 2018, I believe it went up to 12. And then this year we went up to 14. We felt with COVID, it was, very warranted, very necessary. And we are going to keep it at 14 moving forward. I am quite certain at some point that will go up. I don't know if that'll be in 2022. But as I said earlier, if, as minimum wage continues to increase, we will have to continue to match that. I think that we have brought in some new positions in the middle of 2020 to kind of help with the recruiting issues that we've had in the past. And the people that we have brought into those positions have worked very hard on bringing in, not only more election workers, but more better trained and more qualified election workers as well. It's something we're constantly looking at new ways to recruit people. We've tried mailings this year that were highly successful, and maybe we have to continue to do things like that in the future. And we just have to get creative. We reached out to colleges. We're really trying a lot of different things. So I anticipate that we will continue to work on that moving forward, and that will be a focal point of our office for a few years to come as we try to, find a more efficient ways, more effective ways to recruit election inspectors.
Okay. Well, that concludes my questions. I'd just like to thank Mr. Rylick and Bob for their indulgence doing this committee, and I certainly do appreciate all the hard work the Board of Elections does. So that concludes my questions.
Thank you, Legislator Rube.
Legislator Mafucci.
Okay, Legislator Mafucci, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, a general statement. I observed the other committees where specific questions were asked about budget lines. Some of those questions I intended to ask, but rather than be redundant, I'll ask more global questions about how the budget addresses our county and its residents' needs. So through the chair to the administration, first, we had our past differences about specific financial issues, but I can't tell you how pleased I am that Bob Franklin is back and coordinating the county's finances. He's a professional about what the county does, why we do it, and explaining how we pay for it. I'd like to hear about our county's fiscal well-being, as it is essential so that we can deliver the services our county residents pay for and need. Can you explain your plans to guide that process? In particular, please describe your plans for better managing debt, using fund balance, and improving the county's position.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take the easy ones first. I kind of addressed the use of fund balance in the presentation. Like I say, we always have to ask questions about the use of appropriated fund balance for our budget. With our Pure Waters division, it has been more of a matter of routine, but like I said, the controller and I meet with the management team each spring or summer to review their financial position. And I think we have a good plan for Pure Waters to reduce its use of fund balance in the coming years as it strengthens its positions. With respect to the general fund, it's taken a long time to improve the general fund's financial position, especially when it comes to fund balance. I've had the pleasure of working on the budgets for the past 7 years, including managing the annual operating finances. I think I said in the presentation, it's almost as much of an art as a science. The approach we've taken in finance and in the controller's office and the budget office is to manage our operating budget, our capital budgets, and our annual financial statements concurrently. They all have to play each other. I think it was former Lieutenant Governor Richard Ravitch of New York State who insisted we have to budget the way we account for our dollars. And I'm happy to say we've done that at least since I took the helm in 2013. I think that has, when you budget and you plan the financial operations concurrently, you can play off each other, and it's a case where you just can't let the chips fall where they may. You have to plan out in advance where those chips are going to fall. And we've been able to do that. And part of the reason we've been able to do that kind of gets at another point of your question, is managing our debt. Debt is not to be feared. We have a very favorable debt margin. We use about 15 to 16 to 17% of our debt margin at any point in time during the year. That's not much. Our annual debt service runs, say, 6% to 7% of our operating budget revenues. We want to keep that under 10%. That is a generally accepted threshold to keep debt service under. It's taken a lot of effort to manage debt. And it really has been a careful planning process, and we have a good team trying to map out, working with the departments on their projects, trying to map out their cash needs and try to time the borrowing based on the year that they actually need it. And we borrow twice a year generally, June and December. Just try to match our borrowing up with their cash needs. And then structuring the debt payments based on what I believe the annual operating budget needs are going to be in the next 2 to 3 years, where our debt service is going over the next 2 to 3 years. And we structure our debt following the 50% rule. It's not like a mortgage. It's not a mortgage where you get your loan and then you pay the same dollar amount every single month. Under the 50% rule, we match maturities, and we have the opportunity to plan out, because you don't have to make a bond payment that first year. Technically, you get 2 years to make that first payment. But just mapping out our debt structure and our maturity schedules, we can choose to make a voluntary payment that first year, and we have done so for the past 3 years. We've really ramped up our efforts on managing debt for the past 3 years to the success of the county's finances. So again, I think that's a kind of a long-winded answer, and if I can summarize, I think the key to financial success is to manage the operating budget, the capital budget, and mapping out the financial statements all at the same time, so you can plan exactly how things are, so you can strategize how things should be.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Obviously, finance is complicated, and you're very skillful at it. Thank you very much. Through the chair, so speaking of debt, the county deferred about $92 million of pension payments.
The capital budget and mapping out the financial statements all at the same time.
Did you get that question, sir?
I did not. I heard my own voice from about 2 minutes ago.
That's finance. You got to tell them what you told them, and tell them again. Through the chair, so speaking of debt, in the past, the county deferred about $92 million of pension payments. How much of that debt is still on the books?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to say today there's about $12.5 million of that still on the books. I know we amortize a lot, 2010 through 2016. I think 2017 was the first year we did not amortize. And we've been able to pay that amortization down ahead of schedule. We've done that each year since 2017. So we're down to about $12.5 million. So that's actually a good success story. We've saved probably in total $4.5 million of interest that otherwise would have been owed to the state comptroller's office.
Thank you. That's very, very good news. Through the chair to the administration, on page 61. I'm going to ask a couple little questions about specific items through the chair. We do share sales tax with other governments. And again, as a former school person, I won't get into my former job because some people don't like to hear that. That's okay. It was nice that we did get sales tax revenue to balance our budgets. What impact does that agreement have on the county's finances? To the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The legislator's correct, and I'm sure you've all heard me say this before. You've probably already know. Monroe County distributes the most sales tax of any county in New York State. It's approximately 30.5% that we retain here locally. The other 69.5% is distributed to our sharing partners, including the school districts. We're one of 5 counties that share sales tax with school districts. So as the CFO, I don't like giving all that money away. It does have a side benefit to the county. I think in my presentation, I mentioned only about 14% of operating revenues come from the county share of sales tax. That's actually, sales tax is a volatile revenue source, so having such a low reliance is actually a credit strength. It's something we talk about every year when I meet with the credit rating agencies and underwriters who are selling our bonds. So that's a double-edged sword, right? Mr. Chairman, don't like giving away the cash, but it's actually a credit strength for the county.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, another question related to sales tax distribution. Again, back in the day, the county tried to take back the school share of the sales tax. The schools sued, they won, and the county had to borrow about $29 million to pay back the schools. Is that debt paid? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, that was paid either the first or second year I came on board as CFO. So that's all been settled.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a few more questions, and then I'll let other people ask their questions. For reference, on page 63 and 95, 63 and 95. You might have to go back to those pages through the chair. What's the rationale for the changes made to the use of the hotel motel tax? We did get a question from one of the public comments. Do you anticipate when all is said and done and we distribute those monies, assistance can be provided to the Parks Department? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. We are budgeting again, or the 21 budget does anticipate budgeting again the collection and distribution of hotel tax. 2010, I think, was the last year it was included in the budget. I think that's as good for the county this year. 2020 highlighted how important it actually is to budget this. Actually, and I may have said this at Rec and Ed, I think it was Majority Leader Brew who reached out to me later in the summer. We'd actually missed a payment to, I think it was 1 or 2 agencies. We fixed that. We got a hold of them and fixed it. But by budgeting the collection and distribution of hotel tax, we can actually use SAP for what it was intended for. We get these contracts in SAP, and we can actually set up an invoice plan in advance at the beginning of the year and make sure these payments go out on a quarterly schedule without some human being have to remember to complete a paper voucher to make that payment happen. I think it's important that this gets in the budget, and I said 2020 kind of highlights it. 2020 distributed $8.9 million in change. We didn't collect, or we're not going to collect $8.9 million in change. We have not budgeted this, so we run it off a liability account on our balance sheet. So we collect the hotel tax, it's owed to our sharing partners. So when we make payments, we reduce that liability account. But we haven't been collecting the money. So you will see later on a referral, part of our fourth quarter reallocation, to include appropriations for our authorized cultural and educational entities. The payments are authorized. You guys blessed the budget last year. We got to make sure we dot all our I's and cross our T's, and that's going to help in this endeavor. I think there was one aspect of your question I did not answer, Mr. Chair. If I missed that, please ask again, and I'll follow up.
I'm good. Thank you very much. I have several other questions, so I want to get to them. I know, again, I'm asking a lot of questions here. Through the chair, as evidenced by our discussions over the years, the best way to address tax issues is to expand the tax base with new or expanding businesses. And through the chair, I was very happy to hear that about 15% of that increase is something new. That's good. What's the administration planning to do away with the ineffective siloed approach that they highlighted, so that we can better expand the base?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just clarify that one point of the question.
So what, through the chair,
changed.
what are we doing in our economic development office to expand the base?
Okay.
Better make use of workforce development, that type of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have the planning director, Director Liss, on the line if she would like to field that question.
Hi, Legislator Mafucci, would you mind reframing the question?
Okay, so as evidenced by our discussions over the years, the best way to address tax issues is to expand the base with new businesses, taxable projects, those kinds of things. The administration is planning to do away with the ineffective siloed approach of the past to economic and workforce development. How do you plan to accomplish that?
How do we plan to accomplish what exactly?
To expand the base by better implementing economic and workforce development projects or plans.
Good. Okay. So we're planning on completely reimagining the way that we do economic development and the way that we do workforce development in Monroe County. Adam Bello, the county executive, said to me recently that if it weren't for COVID, Comida and Monroe County economic development would have been front and center on his priority list earlier on this year. Within the last several months, we implemented a pay equity policy whereby we require that all applicants for Monroe County economic development incentives sign off on a certification that they are in compliance with state and federal pay equity legislation. We've implemented an application process through which organizations looking for programmatic support are filling out applications for our financial support. And we also, our partnership with Monroe County, Monroe Community College, Empower, we've completely reimagined our financial partnership with them, whereby we are supporting retooling the workforce for those that are displaced from industries that are not, surviving because of COVID. So we're doing a lot of work to get creative, and Empower is the most important, like the beacon of our, it's the key pillar of our response mechanism. The number one goal is to make sure that folks that are displaced from service sector positions are able to obtain for free training to get jobs in high tech and manufacturing industries.
Thank you.
This is purely through Comida. This is non-taxpayer dollars.
Thank you. A couple more questions. Through the chair, the administration has made a significant and unprecedented commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, something obviously that I support greatly. Through the chair, please explain why new spending of almost $500,000 is urgent and necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may introduce our Deputy County Executive for Human Services, Ms. Crosdale.
Hi, through the chair, could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. The administration has made a significant and unprecedented commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, something that I very strongly support, by the way. Please explain why spending almost $500,000 more is urgent and necessary.
And you're referring specifically to our Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion?
Yes.
So this is conversations that we've had at community tables and around the county table for a number of years now. This isn't something that we can just scratch the surface on. The efforts have to be deliberate and they have to be measurable. So as we make decisions on how we root out inequities in our system, whatever decisions that we make, we should be able to document those, measure, and see if it truly had an impact. As I said, these are conversations that we've had around the table for a number of years, but there's been no real steps taken to really change the system. And it can't just be through hiring. It really has to be through how we look at how we deliver services, how decisions are made, and again, how we measure the impact of the efforts that we're putting forth. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much. Through the chair to the administration, this will be my last question for now, although I have more questions, but I'll wait till later. The administration has identified early intervention and preschool education as a priority for increased attention and spending. Please identify specific issues you're addressing that you're trying to fix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have our Public Health, Dr. Mendoza, and Assistant Director, Mr. Galasano on the line if they can field this question.
Good evening. This is Dr. Mendoza. Can you repeat your question, please?
Sure can. Through the chair, the administration has identified early intervention and preschool education as a priority for increased attention and spending. Please identify specific issues you're addressing and trying to fix.
Thank you for your question. Obviously, I hope I don't need to go into the reason for why early intervention is so important. We know that developmentally, when you miss even 3 months of time in evaluating and providing services to a youngster who may be in need, that's time that you may never get back. And so investing in the people who offer the ability to help families navigate this very difficult and complicated system, to me makes sense. It's a way that we invest in our future. It's a way that we can offer services to our community that are irreplaceable, particularly if you even delay in the provision of these services. And so from my standpoint, we've got to find a way to better support the team that does this valuable work. For many years, we've talked about rates, we've talked about the staff, we've talked about the caseloads. And over the years, we've added a number, I think 9, 11 total positions to the health department in this venue. And to be fair, I think this is a good problem to have. We want to have the ability to have more work because in that way we know that we are further supporting the kids who need it. So in my mind, this is a no-brainer. This is the way that we support and nurture the future generations of Monroe County.
Thank you. That's it for me for now.
All right, thank you, Legislator Mafucci. And at this time, Mr. Franklin, I have a few questions I would like to ask to the administration. And I would like to start off with the Communications Department. To the administration, on page 87, while the COVID-19 pandemic has dominated public and private life, has the Communications Department engaged in or accomplished any projects or initiatives throughout 2020 that fall outside the scope of what was demanded from COVID-19?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I had a connection problem here in the office.
It was actually for the Communications Department.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one moment, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Through the chairman, this is Steve Bars, Communications Director. Yes, legislator, we have made a number of improvements and announcements through other than COVID, including several announcements related to the county executive's transition report, specifically, again, the Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Empower Healthcare, just to name a few. In addition to that, you know, the COVID pandemic has certainly taken a majority of our attention, and for good reason. This is a global pandemic, and we have been helpful with the county executive in making sure he is front and center in responding to that.
Okay. And to the administration, also on page 87, under 2021 major objectives in completion of FOIL requests in a timely and efficient manner is listed. What, in the eyes of the administration, constitutes a timely and efficient manner?
Through the chairman, thank you for the question again. You know, we respond to those questions as prescribed by law and do our best effort to make that happen.
And to the administration, do you have a rough estimate of how you're averaging on you know, FOIL requests right now getting back to the public?
Through the chairman, I can get that for you before Tuesday's meeting.
Okay, thank you. And also to the administration, again, on page 87, under the 2021 major objectives, initiatives to celebrate and commemorate the Monroe County Bicentennial is listed. Does the administration have any insight into the scope of the events, of these events that will be taking place? And what will the events be required for financial and personnel resources that would be better suited assisting the Monroe County citizens in business in light of COVID-19 pandemic?
Through the chairman, we are in the planning stages of this announcement right now, and you know, have anticipated making some sort of announcement in the coming weeks.
Okay. And okay, moving forward, on page 88, to the administration, could you please elaborate on the new supply budget of the $5,000 increase for the communications office?
Through the chairman, yes, there was some technical equipment that we needed to purchase that the previous administration had used they had used personal equipment for, and we needed to replenish it as it left with the employees.
And to the administration, on page 430, could you please elaborate on the decrease of roughly $38,000 in commit item 501000, salaries. Were any positions eliminated?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was actually a reduction, net reduction of one FTE. That's the primary reason for the reduction.
Okay. And also to the administration on page 430, what are the specific uses that fall under professional services and commercial services?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The primary use of that particular budget line is for sign language interpreting, video production assistance, and graphical production assistance.
Okay. And also to the administration on page 430, who in the communications office is projected to receive $2,500 in overtime in the proposed 2021 budget?
Mr. Chairman, it's not really for a person per se. It's really for the staff who work over the weekend on weekend press releases or weekend special events.
Okay. And also on page 430, I note the communications department charges back over half of its budget to other county departments. What expense line items factor into this chargeback, and how specifically is chargeback calculated?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the chargeback spreadsheet with me tonight. The primary chargeback is time and benefit related. Generally speaking, the communications office won't charge back, say, specific purchases, but there's a laundry list. The particular line item, it's a fee for service, 971801, which you've already noted, fee for service communications. There is a, you will see that same line in all the departments getting the charges. It's a lot of them, finance, aviation, public health. It's quite a long list.
Okay. And also on page 430, could you please explain to the administration, could you please explain the job duties of creative director and graphic design coordinator? What differences are there in their job duties?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just have one moment, please.
Thank you.
Through the chairman, so the creative director is a technical and video production role that will oversee all of our graphics, whether it's print, digital, or video production. That position will also be available to other county departments, so not just the communications department. The graphic design coordinator specifically handles graphic design. So, mainly print materials and social media materials, again, for all county departments.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Franklin. At this time, that concludes my questions for communications. And I'll now open up the floor to another legislator for questions.
Legislator Byrne.
Okay, I think I heard Legislator Morelli first. So the floor is yours, Legislator Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if I could just take a moment, as I have in years past, to thank Mr. Franklin for his hard work on this budget, his ability to answer questions on every single page of that very large book is certainly impressive, and I appreciate him not only taking the time during these meetings, but also being accessible to all legislators at different times of the year to ask questions. So, Mr. Franklin, I'm glad you're back, and I appreciate your time, and what a great budget this is. If I could just take a few minutes through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Franklin to ask just a few questions. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Franklin, could you explain the rationale for stopping the sale of tax liens? How long do you think that it will take to totally phase out the sale of tax liens?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know reining in our sale of tax liens was of great interest. There's actually, I'll call it two reasons behind phasing out the sale of delinquent tax liens. One reason is its potential negative impact on the zombie home issues. While I don't have a bevy of evidence in my budget book tonight, I did have several conversations with the folks who buy Monroe County's delinquent tax liens, asking them their thoughts. And what I got back from them is I'm not really wrong. So I know this has been an issue. The zombie issue has been discussed both in the county and the town levels for several years. And the reason to phase it out is also related to the second reason is financial. It's actually a good financial time for us to get out of the business. Back when tax lien sales had started, I think it was 2011 might have been the first sale. The county was struggling financially at that time, and the sale of delinquent tax liens provided not only a cash infusion, but revenue for our income statement. While over the subsequent years, we've improved the process to sell our liens at par value or greater. The other reality is that these liens garner 18% interest for as long as they remain unpaid. And since we are in a better financial position, and since there is a potential negative impact of the sale of these liens on increasing the zombie home issue, what other investment could Monroe County find that pays 18% annual interest? So I think it's not only a good decision for our community, not a bad financial decision for county government.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. For you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration, could you take a moment and speak just to the issue of cash capital and why the administration feels this is important, especially in the light of interest rates being so low?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I know the question of use of cash capital has come up in a couple different meetings, and I've actually been quite proud that over the past several years, department heads and I have worked together to identify those cash capital projects that are annually recurring of roughly the same dollar amount and move those to cash capital funding rather than bond and pay the issuance cost and the associated interest. Because I think I said it only takes between 7 and 8 years for the annual debt service to exceed the initial capital planning. So it made good financial sense. I do appreciate that interest rates are low right now. They're low on the borrowing side and the investing side. I think today, if government needs to borrow money, it absolutely should borrow every penny that it intends to borrow. Rates are that good right now. However, I don't think that means borrow money you didn't intend to borrow. There's no reason to pay issuance costs and interest expense for superfluous reasons to borrow money. Because you have to make a decision If you're not going to spend cash on capital, what are you going to do with that cash? Interest rates are low on the investing side as well. We work our cash management pretty thoroughly in the controller's office, maximizing our investment options. Our options are limited under state law, but we do rather well in terms of our, it's called CDRs. Basically, you can buy certificates of deposit and then mass work them through different banks. They don't pay a lot of interest right now. We buy U.S. Treasuries, 30, 60, 90 days. They don't pay a lot of interest right now, so we work our bank accounts. We deal with a lot of banks. We deal with 6 banks, and we are always shifting money to whatever bank is paying the better interest. So I think in terms of cash capital funding of projects for Monroe County, given our financial position, our cash position, the borrowing rates we are able to secure, and the cash investment rates, there's not sufficient trade-off for us to keep cash on hand and bond for our projects right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, let's talk a little bit about the administration's use of fund balance in this budget. And Mr. Franklin, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Franklin, explain, the use of it and in the budget, and how sustainable is it?
Mr. Chairman, we're using fund balance in a couple different areas. I mentioned Pure Waters. Pure Waters, it's almost routine, but we work with the department and we are reducing the amount of fund balance we're using because we do have to keep an eye on each district's financial position and its financial future. The use of fund balance within our debt service fund is exactly consistent with IRS regs and finance law. That money is restricted in its use. It can only be used for debt service. And we do have to manage pretty closely the level of cash within the debt service fund. So this is a great use of debt service fund balance to issue a short-term note for our capital projects, and then fully redeem that note in the subsequent year. We avoid the bond issuance costs and the interest for long-term bonding. Our use of cash capital from the general fund, I think, in all honesty, is what you as legislators need to pay the most attention to. We have spent a lot of time building our fund balance position. It's not all sunshine and roses, Mr. Chairman. We still have a ways to go with our financial work. But we have built our fund balance position pretty much where I think it needs to be. And I think that because I have conversations with our credit rating agencies and the people who buy our bonds. It's not where the state comptroller wants it to be. But I'm right now more worried about our credit rating and our investors. We are using fund balance in the upcoming budget. In my presentation, I talked about the post-COVID recovery lasting 2, perhaps even 3 years, as I've heard a number of people talk about. In our 2019 CAFR, we assigned fund balance for future revenue losses associated with COVID. It's $35 million. If it indeed is a 3-year recovery, this $35 million at the level we are appropriating will cover that 3-year period. And while I don't want to use it all, it is an appropriate use because it's exactly what it was assigned for. It's sustainable in that it's for a defined period, and it really is going to replace the revenues we've lost in this county. Sales tax, state aid, our user fees and charges are just prime examples. So those revenues should be recoverable. And as those revenues recover, we will not need to use fund balance for the long haul.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to discuss and get some feedback from the administration on addiction services. Obviously, this body worked with the administration to create an addiction director to lead the newly formed impact team. The focus of this team is not only to address the opioid epidemic, but on addiction issues overall, which was very important. But can the administration just tell us a little bit about how outreach has been going and what activities have been conducted within the community, and sort of what's been learned and how that's informing future planning?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to let Dr. Mendoza and Deputy County Executive Crosstail tag team on that answer. You'd do a much better job than I could.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Through the chair, it's been a little complicated this year because the implementation of the impact team has had to occur in the face of COVID. And so the usual activities that we would engage in are the ones that we had really begun last year. And we haven't had a chance to fully implement the impact team this year because of all the circumstances. But the idea here is that we want to reach people where they are and reach the people who are at most risk for having negative outcomes. And so with regard to the opioid crisis, our belief and the studies would show that the people who are most at risk for a fatal opioid overdose are the people who have already undergone a non-fatal opioid overdose. So in that spirit, our approach is to develop a registry of individuals who have had a non-fatal overdose, and we work very closely with the law enforcement community to identify those individuals who have had a non-fatal overdose. And because we are the health department, and because I've deemed the opioid crisis a public health crisis, we have the ability to reach out to people without obtaining individual consent, which is a luxury, if you'll call it that, that we have here in the health department. And so we obtain an email every time somebody has a non-fatal overdose that's reported to 911, and our team will call that individual, working in conjunction again with law enforcement, ensuring that that person has naloxone available, ensuring that that person is aware of resources that they are might be eligible for in terms of recovery and substance use treatment and so forth. And then we follow, we track the data. Our success rate, if you'll call it that, depending on how you define it, our first success rate is do people pick up the phone when we call? And about half of the people that we call we're able to contact and have a meaningful conversation. About half of those individuals will agree to some form of connection, most often through peers. We heavily utilize peers. We're in the process of hiring the impact team now. I think we have 3 individuals on board. All of them have peer experience. And then the rest of the individuals may decline services, and we keep them on our list, and we reach out to them again in the future, acknowledging that sometimes people aren't yet ready. And then we'll offer the same battery of services. So our approach to addiction really is honoring the fact that addiction is a chronic illness. It's not a choice. It's a disease not unlike diabetes or heart failure or other medical diseases. And we want to meet people where they are. We know it's a chronic illness, so we know that we've got to keep coming back. And we use outreach in the same way that we do for other chronic illnesses to meet these people where they are. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Deputy Commissioner Crosstail.
And just to piggyback, through the chair, just to piggyback off of Dr. Mendoza and the use of data, Dr. Smith, as you all know, has been onboarded, and she has taken that data in her initial approach to reach out to the community to find out, as she develops and designs her team, what the community is looking for. So she's been in those areas where we've seen the highest overdoses. She's talked to community providers in that area and has gotten a sense of what they're looking for and what the community is looking for as these workers are onboarded. What she's found is that they truly are looking for that boots on the ground. They're looking for folks who are being hired that look like them. And Dr. Smith has been paying attention. So she's developing programs where she has representation on her team that reflects the community that they're going to be serving. And all of her planning is around being in the community with her workers to make sure, to Dr. Mendoza's point, that we're reaching people where they are. So despite COVID and the slowing down of the development of the impact team, Dr. Smith continues to move forward in the safest way possible and continue to develop, because addiction doesn't sleep and addiction doesn't take a break in the face of a pandemic.
Well, thank you, and I would like to thank both of you for all of the work that you're doing in terms of the dealing with the addiction that we have in our community, and certainly for all the work that the entire administration and in particular the health department, Dr. Mendoza, have been doing as it relates to COVID. 2020 has certainly been an interesting year, and I think that this administration has done an incredible job dealing with the curveballs that have been thrown at it, and certainly not where any of us thought we would be even a year ago when we were doing another budget. So I commend all of you for your hard work. Through you, Mr. Chairman, if I could, on Child Protective Services, if I could just ask a couple questions here. Over several years now, as a legislative body, we've been spending a lot of time asking questions and focusing in on Child Protective Services, and we're certainly pleased with the administration selection of Commissioner Wright. Her years of experience in this area we know is critical, and I just wanted to ask if the administration through you can tell us a little bit more about the changes highlighted in the 2021 budget, specifically around the expansion of the administration's lens to move beyond merely reporting numbers, but on the quality of care children are receiving under Child Protective Services, and what are some of the specific changes we can expect to see with the passage of the 2021 budget?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have Commissioner of Human Services Wright with us, who can better answer that question.
Hi, good evening through the chair. Exactly that. Our hopes are to move past the numbers. Thank you so much for highlighting the experience. So, coming from the Office of Children and Family Services, utilizing data, not only on the local level, but on the national and state level, will also increase our improvement to outcomes in children and families. With specific to the 2021 budget, we're hoping to create a data team, again, with the focus of quality assurance, with a position specifically dedicated to the Children and Family Services. Our hopes are to support better decision-making and analysis around resource allocation, specifically around the contract monitoring. So if you see in our budget, we have about $2 million that we use in Child and Family Services for preventive services. So our hopes are with the data team, with the complete oversight over our preventive contract management, so we can look at performance measures with a specific emphasis on increasing those outcomes for our children and families. Additionally, as we kind of heard previously, we have a huge disparity and disproportionality in the child welfare system. A specific strategy we'll be implementing that's highlighted in the budget is blind removal meetings. I've been honored and privileged to work in the state level for about 10 years, implementing blind removal studies downstate, specifically with Nassau County. So we would like to replicate that model, as we saw that has decreased the number of children coming into foster care, not only through that, but it also lends to the educational needs and the supports that we heard that we need to support the mandated reporters, so we can decrease the incoming, if I can say, cases of families of color coming into the child welfare system. Additionally, we're continuing to strengthen our relationships with our community partners. One of the other budget highlights that I'm proud to say is that we're continuing our partnership with the Bavona Child Advocacy Center, which will include adding additional behavioral health specialists, a parent advocate, casework staff to our impact team. I'll also say that child welfare has been a point of interest for our race commission. So there's a subcommittee specifically dedicated to child welfare. So we'll be also patiently waiting for the recommendations from race so we can implement any additional strategies and resources to support those recommendations. And lastly, if I could just say, this is probably more towards our youth bureau, but I just want to emphasize this for the child welfare. We've also proposed to include 2 additional staffing positions, what we want to call youth engagement specialists. We see through our data that we have vulnerable populations, one specifically for our detention center youth. Children of color, again, are highly overrepresented in our juvenile detention centers, and we have a vested interest in reducing recidivism, reducing the pipeline of our children of color to the criminal justice system, as well as focusing on the reentry. So not just supporting our youth, but supporting the community and the homes that they're returning to. And then the other youth engagement specialist position hopefully will be appointed to address the issues that we have around our, if I could say, our vulnerable population. These are our older foster care youth around the ages of 13 to 17 that we see that either sign themselves out of foster care or age out of foster care with limited or no resources. And unfortunately, we see them on other systems, either, again, pipeline to the criminal justice center or juvenile justice system, as well as we see them, unfortunately, very vulnerable as we have a high influx of sex trafficking in our community as well. So those are just some initial highlights. The Chair, if you have any additional questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. I think this is, I look forward to continuing to see what will happen in 2021. Obviously, is dealing with a lot of other issues outside of our control. But I look forward to your work and seeing that those goals are accomplished, and I wish you the best with that. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask a couple questions, a couple highlights as it pertains to the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Certainly, it's been important for the Bello administration to ensure diversity in our county workforce, and I think it's extremely important to note that the passage of the legislation that this body came together on to create the Office of Equity, Diversion, and Inclusion is extremely important. And again, I want to thank County Executive Bello for his work and for his efforts in that. I would just like to, if we can have the administration just talk a little bit about the steps that you've taken to ensure hiring practices outside of civil services. And if you could speak a little bit specifically on efforts in the area around appointed and other critical decision-making positions as it relates to equity and diversity in the workforce in Monroe County.
Through the chair.
Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, if I could have just one moment, please.
You're talking about upper level, high level decision makers, correct?
Correct.
Great. I work in human resources. We advertise our positions broadly, And we particularly for...
I just, could you let everyone know on the call your name and just go
Sure.
through the chair, please?
Of course. My name is Joanne Jafrida. I work in the Human Resources Office as Deputy Director.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Through the chair, we advertise high-level positions, and we specifically look at candidates who apply for diversity, among other things. Obviously, our first consideration is that they meet the qualifications of the job, but beyond that, when we're selecting candidates for interview, we do have an eye to get a diverse pool of applicants. And I think we've done rather well in some of our high-level appointments this year. The other thing we've done for key positions is we have put together interview committees consisting of community members on some occasions, at other times outside experts who can guide us in making good selection processes. And we think that gives us a broader perspective to pick the best candidates.
Excellent. And Joanne, I appreciate everything that you're doing on behalf of the county, and certainly we're lucky to have you in this role. With
Thank
that, Mr. Chairman, I'm all set with my questions at this time. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you,
Legislator
Legislator
DeFlorio.
Legislator DeFlorio, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I want to kind of turn my direction over to the County Executive's Office, and starting with some appropriation questions. Through the chair, on page 90, the professional services budget has an increase in 13,016 in the 2021 proposed budget. Could you please elaborate on the reason for the increase?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Mr. Chairman, just to verify, personnel services, is that correct?
Correct. Through the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Relative to the prior administration that structured the office with two county executive, a deputy, and two assistant county executives, the current structure is the county executive with a deputy, the county executive with two deputy county executives, one focused on our health and human services area, and a chief of staff, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And then through the chair, the employee benefits right below that decreased by a little over 22,000. So just kind of trying to make sense of it.
Coincidentally, I did look at that earlier, Mr. Chairman. There is quite a difference in the individual selection of medical insurance, whereas prior members of the office selected higher plans. We're not seeing that this year, Mr. Chairman. So it is an employee-specific selection of a health plan.
Interesting. Thank you. And then through the chair, on page 414, could you provide, and I'm sure it might not be tonight, but before Tuesday, the last 5 years of actual travel expenses incurred by the county executive's office?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And through the chair as well, on page 414, it looks like that the personnel number is remaining the same, and the county executive's salary is flat, but the salary here is rising. So maybe you explain that with the reorganization that you just described, but if you could confirm that.
Mr. Chairman, yes. While the county executive salary is flat, the prior structure had a deputy county executive at a group 28 and 2 assistant county executives at a group 25. And I didn't reference the assistant staff. There is an aide to the county executive, slightly different title than last year. There is an executive secretary to the county executive. I believe it's the same title as last year. But under the current structure, there are 2 deputy county executives, one specifically focused on our human and health services. Those are group 28, and 1 chief of staff at group 25. So there is a slight restructuring there, Mr. Chairman, to which should explain the increase in salaries based on pay groups, but with the employee-specific choices of medical plans, that's the irony. You see a slight uptick in salaries, but a reduction in benefits.
Thank you. So just so that I can confirm and understand through the chair, the number of FTEs assigned to this department then have increased, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, it is 7 FTEs, both last year and in 21 proposed budget.
Okay.
So the titles are a little different, Mr. Chairman, but the number of FTEs is the same.
Got it. Thank you. And through the chair, it is my understanding that under the previous administration, there was only 1 official in the county executive's office had a county vehicle. So I'm just trying to understand the fleet chargeback. Looks like it's decreasing from 2019, but I believe the county executive's office now has 3 vehicles assigned to it.
Mr. Chairman, we are following up on a previous question at another committee meeting regarding county assigned vehicles, and we will have that for this group prior to the December vote. With respect to the fleet chargeback, there's a lot of things that go into the fleet charge. It's not a dollar amount per vehicle or a dollar amount per type of vehicle. Rather, it is based on a variety of factors, including fleet salary and benefits, fleet supplies and materials, and debts associated with fleet. Those can change from year to year, especially the contractual supplies and materials that they budget for. And I think in this particular page, 414, what you see between 2019 and the budget for 21, the budget 21 is more of a catch up to the actual. It was probably a little overstated in 2020.
Thank you. And that's it for now. So thank you, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Legislator DeFlorio. Legislator Barnhart, you now have the floor.
Thank you so much. Through the chair to the administration, the county has recently announced it wants to hire a lot of people to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, I think up to 150, maybe more people. How is the county going to fund these positions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of this hiring has started already. In any given year, Mr. Chairman, there are often in excess of 300 vacant positions, in excess of even 350 vacant positions. Under the COVID-19 pandemic, our vacancies run, depending on the month, between 400 and 500 vacant positions. The salaries associated with those budgeted positions is going unspent and can support the hiring of the 150 temporary positions for contact tracing and virus testing.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, that's a lot of vacant positions. Are they being left vacant but funded specifically for this purpose? Are they going to be filled one day, or I mean, it sounds like you need this funding because of the pandemic.
Mr. Chairman, again, I'll make my comment about any given year. We do run a high number of vacancies from month to month. Each department head is responsible for managing the operations of their departments and the delivery of services to our residents. They have pretty, I guess I'll say pretty wide flexibility in their approach to managing the services they have to deliver in terms of the human resources they need on board at any given time. Certainly, you will see a lot of seasonal staff utilized in the summer months, both in our parks or transportation departments that you may not see utilized over the winter, which may contribute to some vacancy FTEs. We have a relatively robust recruitment process, not only within human services, but within independent departments. Monroe County is always recruiting. It is a challenge. Honestly, I think in my presentation, I talked about department heads constantly saying we need to adjust our pay scales to compete with the private sector and other municipalities. We have to do that for a recruitment standpoint as well as retention. We spend a lot of time training staff hired in DOT or DES, and we train them so they can obtain their CDL driver's license, and then they leave us to take a job with the town at higher pay. So it's always, the number of positions is always changing, maybe not every day, but certainly every week as we try to recruit and fill our positions. And quite frankly, we're a bureaucracy, Mr. Chairman. If I get approval to fill a position today, it takes 3 to 4 weeks to actually canvass civil service lists, schedule interviews, and then when we do make a hiring decision, we have to go schedule background checks, drug tests. So it's not like we make a hiring decision and you start work next week. It does take a month or more to hire somebody. So there's a lot of vacant positions that are just in the process of being filled. You just can't always see that with every report we run.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration. But because of our current crisis, if there were any budget amendments to cut vacant positions, would that impact our ability to handle this crisis?
Mr. Chairman, we hound our department heads pretty soundly on their, not just their head count, but their overall budget. And from my perspective, just because I wear the budget hat, I'm not as concerned about the head count. I'm more concerned about the dollars being spent. And from a budget perspective, we give our department heads pretty wide leeway to manage their departments. Our department heads generally do not request positions that they do not need. Every department head may choose to partially fund certain positions because they know there's a recruitment issue or they know a program has seasonality that they can delay a hiring for. So I caution the legislature against going after specific positions. Our department heads need flexibility. We run lean and mean in this county, Mr. Chairman, and I do say that with some pride. I don't mean to say that necessarily with criticism. We run lean and mean, whereas our budget office has a directing management analyst running it. We got 5 analysts. Look at the city of Rochester, they got 10. Okay, so our department heads need that kind of flexibility to manage their operations. And the way we structure our personnel and the budget, the salary budget, gives our department heads that kind of flexibility.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, we've been talking a lot about expenses that we might have related to COVID, not just these extra positions. We know that CARES funding almost gone, if it isn't gone already, and it runs out at the end of the year. We don't know what's happening with another stimulus. How much money do we estimate we need to not only pay for these positions, but if we have to build a field hospital, for example, where's that money coming from? What do you expect we'll need? And how are we paying for it?
Mr. Chairman, department heads, Chairman, I think everyone on this call, and certainly everyone sitting around, knows the budget office hounds them hard on their budget requests. I made a comment about sausage making in my presentation. We make good sausage in this budget, but it ain't pretty. And every dollar in this budget, a department head will argue it is absolutely needed. And as I talk in this call, and as my name is on the cover of this budget, I stand behind every dollar in this book. So I push the department heads. We yell at each other, but at the end of the day, we publish a book that I stand behind. So I'm going to tell this legislature, these dollars aren't fluff, but every department head, and you all know, we do run vacancies, and we use it for that kind of flexibility, just like being flexible in hiring 150 temporary staff for contact tracing and virus testing. If this county has to build a field hospital, I'm going from memory here, Mr. Chairman, but I think the Environmental Services Director, Director Garland, said it was something like $94 million. We don't have any more CARES Act funding. I don't think we're building a field hospital for $94 million, Mr. Chairman. We would have to just turn off the lights and lock the doors behind us. We're going to have to lobby New York State or the federal government, the National Guard, the Army National Guard, to build that field hospital for us. Unless the federal government wants to do a second round of municipal CARES Act funding.
That would be very nice. We all need that. Thank you very much. I would like to turn attention to the Monroe County Jail. First, on page 369, an increase in the jail population is forecasted from an average daily population of 685 this year to 900 next year. That's a significant increase, and I'm hoping it can be explained why you are forecasting that increase.
Yes, and this, Mr. Chairman, this question has been discussed. We do have Undersheriff on the line and his management team behind him who will be happy to address that question.
Hi, this is Undersheriff Brown. You know, jail population obviously is extremely hard to forecast. So we're a little over 700 right now, and it's going up as we're coming into this time of year. We're thinking that, you know, with bail reform, trying to forecast for bail reform was going to be a nightmare. It was a guess, right? Well, how many people get out, but then how many people come back because they're not doing any local sentences. So now you're trying to forecast that. Then when you add COVID into the mix, it just kind of throws everything out because jails aren't, or judges aren't sentencing people and everything's getting pushed back. So really just trying to make it
Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to interrupt, but can the Undersheriff get closer to the microphone? It's kind of hard to hear.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to make an amendment to the budget for a microphone. Through the chair. Sorry. So through the chair. So really what we're doing is we're trying to project what's coming with bail reform and COVID when everything ends. And we really just...
That's not any better.
Is that any better?
No, we're going to need you to get real close.
Charades, Mr. Chairman. Act it out, Undersheriff.
Undersheriff, give me just a second. I'm trying to figure out another way to do this to make it work.
Okay.
I want to apologize for my disco tree star, but I'm also not apologizing for it. You might notice it in the background. Happy holidays.
They trying to come back in?
Yeah, they're calling in.
Just one moment.
Hey, this is Undersheriff Brown.
Shut that off.
I'm gonna give it another shot.
Still have an echo if you have another device on in the room.
All right, I'll give it one more shot. All right, maybe one more shot. I feel like I'm talking in a gymnasium.
All right, go ahead.
All right, this is Undersheriff Brown. Can you hear now?
Yes.
That's clear.
Clear.
Please tell him he should.
You're gonna give up.
There.
I'm sorry about that. I think our technical issues are over, if you could hear me.
Yes, Undersheriff, we have you.
All right, well, that was smooth as a whistle right there. So I'm sorry for the delay. Through the chair, I'm sorry for the delay. So to answer Legislator Barnhart's question, as we project numbers, we're trying to figure out, as we expected, the numbers initially went down with bail reform, but then when you interject COVID into that, it becomes very difficult to try to project. So as has happened throughout the country, the numbers when the cities have done or states have done bail reform like this have gone down, but then they've come back up. So as we try to look at how they come back up and where they go, we're just not really sure. So, and the reason they do that is because we have a lot of inmates that were there and they would get time served. Well, there's no more time served, right? Because they're not being in jail now. So they will come back and be sentenced. But because of COVID, we're not seeing sentencing. So right now we're up over 700 and we're just trying to make a guess as to where the population is. And remember, we did this guess for 900. We estimated that earlier this year. And so it really is a guess. Could it be 800 to 900? Sure. We're trying to work with COVID and bail reform and trying to make a guess as people eventually start getting sentenced again at a normal routine. But obviously right now, you know, the courts have kind of gone into less in person and things like that. So the court cases are slowing down. So it's very hard to predict. So we're just trying to make a number that we put out as a guess, trying to judge for COVID and bail reform, I guess is what I'm saying.
Thank you. So there's no policy change with bail reform that's coming. This is just trends that you've seen in other parts of the country through the chair to the administration.
Through the chair, that is correct. It's just as you try to project out what happens, but you know, we had the double thing here where we had bail reform, but then we had COVID hit. So it kind of threw off any kind of, it's different. So it's brand new. So we're just trying to make a guess.
Through the chair to the administration, what is the number of authorized positions at the jail in your budget proposal, and how does that compare to this year?
So 419 deputies, and next year's 406.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
So 419 deputies, and next year's 406 deputies.
So there is a decrease in positions of the number of deputies. Why is there a decrease through the chair to the administration?
As we're looking at what our needs are, we always try to come up with an accurate assessment of how many deputies we need and what we think is going to happen. So we want to make sure that we can still run the jail safely and have the appropriate amount of deputies without having too many. So as we're trying to meet budget numbers also, when we're looking at the budget, we look at where we can try to save money, and obviously personnel is a place that you can save. So we try to do it with the least amount of deputies that we can to do it safely and still get everything done inside the jail.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, what is the status of the Maloney Star Academy, and what are the plans for it in 2021?
So right now, the Maloney Star Academy is, you know, we started back with the program in the downtown jail. We're starting at the end of the month. And as we're going to move forward, our goal is to be back out to the Maloney Star Academy sometime in 2021. We're hoping for June or July, but obviously that, like everything else, is kind of fluid with COVID.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to just make a comment acknowledging the comments in the public forum. We heard from a lot of people who had concerns about the cost of the phone calls at the Monroe County Jail. I'd like to acknowledge the time that citizens took to share their thoughts. The issue did come up earlier in the year when we voted on the new contract, which did lower the cost of the phone calls. Right now, the cost is $1.50 for 15 minutes, with $1.17 of that amount going to the Sheriff's Department into a trust fund specifically created for the phone call revenue. The fund currently has $1.6 million. The sheriff is reliant on those funds for jail operations. As I have noted in the past, and I'll note again right now, I do not think it's right to fund the jail on the backs of the neediest families in our community. Incarcerated individuals should have access to their loved ones for their well-being, and so they can maintain ties to the community. I'm also concerned that the trust fund is wholly out of the control of the legislature, and I understand that it's been this has been the way that the fund and the calls have been operating for quite some time, predating this administration and Sheriff Baxter's administration. That said, I'm happy that the Sheriff's Office is willing to discuss ways we can address these concerns in a just and equitable way, and I look forward to working with Sheriff Baxter and Under Sheriff Brown and others as we move forward on this issue. So thank you very much. I'm done.
Okay. Legislator Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the administration, I do have a few questions related to the budget. at this point, probably more later. Mr. Franklin mentioned the state comptroller earlier, and he said he might have a different view of the budget than Mr. Franklin's view. My question is, should we expect a negative evaluation of county finances when the state comptroller releases his report of his review of the 2021 budget? Through the chairman, Mr. Franklin, you're still muted.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. I believe earlier in this committee meeting, my reference to the state comptroller was with respect to the level of fund balance, not our fiscal position or this 21 proposed budget. The fiscal stress monitoring system to score no points for fiscal stress calls for a 20% fund balance of our operating budget. We have a $1.2 billion operating budget. He's looking for $240 million of total fund balance. He's looking for 10%, $120 million of unassigned fund balance. My opinion, Mr. Chairman, which I shared earlier, based on conversations with our rating agencies and the folks who actually buy our bonds, a $60 million fund balance is the right size for Monroe County. And that is the target I have had and still have in my head for the county in terms of assigned and unassigned fund balance. The state comptroller does not actually review and comment on county budgets unless there was some issue and the resolution of that issue called on a formal review. I know they have that in place in Rockland County. There is no such requirement from Monroe County, so I do not expect any review of the proposed 21 budget.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration. On page 602 of the budget, I note that the county executive's office is in receipt of approximately $30,000 in federal aid. Does receiving federal aid in this department make it employees subject to compliance with the provisions of the Hatch Act?
Mr. Chairman, we are subject to the Hatch Act. This particular federal aid relates to our indirect cost allocation plan. The county executive, as the head of the county, is not actually part of the indirect cost allocation plan.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. I note the county executive's office charges back a significant amount of its budget to other county departments. What expense line items factor into this chargeback, and how specifically is the chargeback calculated?
Mr. Chairman, the chargebacks for the county executive's office are really entirely part of the county's ICAP, the indirect cost allocation plan. You see that on page 414, the two accounts. We call it ICAP 1, ICAP 2, because there's two phases to it. Our indirect cost allocation plan is updated on an annual basis. There is a lag, Mr. Chairman. The ICAP budgeted for the upcoming 2021 year are not based on 2020 expenses. There's another year lag there. So it's not perfect, but that is how the federal government structures its ICAP requirements. Off the top of my head, I don't remember all the costs associated with that. I do know the county executive is, by design, excluded from cost distribution. Could follow up with a better detail of the types of expenses included in the ICAP for the exec's office, and I can do that before the December 8th meeting.
That's fine. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman of the administration, can you explain the need and/or reason for the newly created aide to the county executive position? And could you also please provide the reasons or justification for this position being a Group 12?
Mr. Chairman, that was actually, we call it abolish create. It's actually a kind of a downgrade of a prior position. There was, I'm trying to find the exact title, Mr. Chairman, Executive Secretary to the Deputy County Executive. In prior budgets have been a Group 13. The County Exec's Office has chosen to not have a Group 13 Executive Secretary to the Deputy County Executive, but instead have a Group 12 aide to the County Executive.
And through you, Mr. Chair, is that an aide to the county executive or to the deputy county executive?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the title is aide to the county executive. We're all aides to the county executive, Mr. Chairman.
Understood. I would like clarification through you, Mr. Chair, to the administration of whether or not the county executive is now having 2 assistants and the deputy none, or if it's actually 1, and there's no rush on that.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the administration, Section C is in Charlie, 3-4 of the Monroe County Charter multiple times refers to a deputy county executive, and in all instances refers to deputy county executive in the singular, not the plural. Yet the 2021 budget is asking the legislature to authorize 2 deputy county executive positions. Can you please provide a written legal opinion justifying the appointment of a second deputy county executive in conflict with the charter?
Through the chair, this is County Attorney John Bringawat. The county executives executed a order of succession document in compliance with state and local law. Mr. McCann is the deputy county executive contemplated under the charter. And I would be happy to follow up with a written legal opinion if you'd like.
I do request that, please. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I have one last question. It's not related to the county executive, but it's relating to something that came up in committees that I was not sitting on. In response to a question about Empower, the answer, at least as I heard it, said that we were funding this from CARES money, the $129.4 million that the county received. There is a requirement that items purchased, services purchased be delivered by 12/30/2020, with some exceptions given for something that's delivered late or that runs late. However, as I understand Empower, that's with MCC, and that's going to run in, consciously signing up front for something that runs into roughly May of 2021. If my understanding of that is correct, how are we planning on keeping the Department of Treasury, the state U.S. Department of Treasury, from requesting a refund of this CARES 3.0 expense since it falls outside the guidelines?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That particular use of CARES Act funding for Empower was specifically for a series of healthcare training programs, I believe CNAs. I think there were 2 titles of training. The one that I'm remembering right now is CNAs. That was expected to be a 12-week program, a 12-week certificate program that has already commenced and with a completion before December 30th. I know we haven't executed the contract through the legislature yet, but services were provided in the time prescribed by the U.S. Treasury.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, a follow-up question on that. when I asked the question in Human Services about this when it was first brought to the legislature, I believe the answer I got was that this was going to fund a full year of this program, a school year of this program, which goes through somewhere around May 1st.
That is the intent, Mr. Chairman, yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman. The broader Empower program, as has been described, at least to me, is Ladders Up 2.0. It is a scaled up version that tries to marry up businesses actively recruiting to fill vacant positions with individuals in our community who are actively looking for gainful employment and willing to receive training. So the intent is to be a Comida-funded endeavor and provide those trainings throughout the academic year. But in terms of our CARES Act funding, it really was specific to healthcare certificate programs. And I know we're trying to be trained and are hiring folks from that program at our community hospital.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, one last question. I just want to translate what I heard, what I think I heard, which is that the portion of Empower funded by the CARES Act money is to be completed before the 12/30/2020 deadline.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I give the floor back.
Thank you, Legislator Hebert. And next, you have the floor, Legislator Felder.
I want to go back to the question about the Deputy County Executive. So I want to be clear what Ms. Crossdale's title is.
Ms. Crossdale is our Deputy County Executive for Health and Human Services, Mr. Chairman.
The question, well, I'm sorry, through the administration, but if the only Deputy County Executive is Mr. McCann.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McCann is Deputy County Executive. Ms. Crossdale is Deputy County Executive for Health and Human Services.
No, once again, how is that possible if it's only enumerated as one in the charter? Is this position, was that just a title for show, or is it a real? I mean, I have serious concerns when about hearing this now.
Okay, Legislator Felder, if you could address us through the chair. And we were having a little bit of trouble hearing you. If you could just get
I apologize.
Yep, thank you.
I'm saying is, if I just need some clarity, because I want to be clear that our position is a real position, and it's not just to say we have this person as a deputy county executive for Health and Human Services, but she is in fact has the authority of a deputy commissioner. Because if in fact the charter only says there's one, how can she be?
Mr. Chairman, the charter calls for a Deputy County Executive, and Mr. McCann is the Deputy County Executive, and as described by County Attorney, is the second in line for succession planning.
So through your administration, so you're saying is Ms. Crossdale is subservient to Mr. McCann?
Mr. Chairman, I probably wouldn't say that.
Well, I would request, through your administration, I would request that we get some clarification on this from the administration about just what this position is, and where it is on in the pecking order.
Mr. Chairman, we will follow up accordingly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Legislator Felder. Do you have any additional questions at this time?
No, I'm done. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Legislator Brew.
Legislator Brew, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Delahanty. I appreciate that. In regard to the Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, I have a few questions, if I may. Through the chair to the administration, why are there no listed objectives?
Mr. Chairman, we don't create new departments very often. The last time we did, Mr. Chairman, was our Office of Public Integrity. We left at that time accomplishments and next year's objectives blank. We just kind of followed that model, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and just for clarification, how long has the department been officially in existence?
Mr. Chairman, I honestly don't have the date, but it became in existence upon the legislature's resolution, which I want to say was October or November.
Say it was November or December.
Yeah, okay. All right, well then, I guess a follow-up question. In the search for a director, wouldn't it normally be appropriate to have the objectives as required by the administration listed for this particular department?
Through the chair.
I'm sorry, through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, we actually have not hired a director yet. And again, not just to say this is how we did it last year. We did follow the model for our public integrity office. We have not yet hired the director, and I think the director ought to be involved in the goals and objectives of setting up his department, his or her department.
Right. Thank you. So, through the chair, to the follow-up question to the administration, where do we actually stand in terms of hiring a director for this department?
Through the chair, this is Deputy County Executive Corinda Crosdale. We're in the process of convening a community group as our Deputy Director of HR expressed. We're using a different model with hiring. So we have identified the group. We're in the process of scheduling interviews. So we should have somebody hired in short order.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair to Commissioner Crosdale, or Deputy County Executive Crosdale, I should say, are we looking within the county, or is this more of a casting more of a wider net in fulfilling this position?
Through the chair, this is definitely casting a wider net.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, on page 439, appropriations, diversity, equity, inclusion, other expense stands at $100,000 for the year 2021. To the chair, what is planned for this line item?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a good question, and that was kind of a budget decision where to put this money. We kind of had a discussion. Actually, Mr. Chairman, I think Majority Leader Brew asked a number of questions back probably in August or September about the budget and how the budget was going to be built. And I think the question of building charges and other interdepartment chargebacks came up. And, you know, my intent was to try and sketch all that out, including divvying up this $100,000 appropriation for office furniture and office supplies, building charges, county IS charges, try to include them in the ICAP, Actually, it wouldn't be included the ICAP because there's a lag. But at the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, I normally don't hesitate to make decisions on behalf of the department. It's a brand new department, and I really did hesitate on imposing my own will on how this $100,000 was going to be allocated. So we made a late call just to leave it in other expense.
Okay, and through the chair to the administration, I just that somewhat involves my next question then, and I think it may be just been partially answered that I just did not note that any other interdepartmental charges were existing for things like rent, postage, liability insurance, risk management, duplicating information services. And assuming, again, this department will have all of those things at its disposal, I was just curious as to why that was not shown.
Mr. Chairman, that's an accurate statement. Those charges need to be there, and during 21, we are going to straighten that out.
Okay. And a follow-up question to the chair, to the administration. So do you think when those charges are straightened out, would that actually result in a greater impact of the budget of the $100,000 that's presently allocated?
No, Mr. Chairman, it should not. That is the limit we've placed on the department.
Okay, thank you very much. And through the chair, on page 708, since this is a newly created department, can you please provide a job description for each position in the department, or are you not quite at that stage?
So, we can provide it again. Through the chair, we provided that with the legislative referral. We can certainly provide it again.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. If it is a component of the referral and we will check on that, there is no need to provide that a second time. So,
thank you.
Yes, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Legislator Brew. Okay. I actually have a few questions for the administration. So, Mr. Franklin, we're going to shift to the Finance Department.
Yes, sir.
All right. Through the administration, on page 415, Appropriations Finance, can you explain why salaries are rising in 2020 to 2021? From 2020 to 2021, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, yes, in addition to your run-of-the-mill pay and step increases, there are 2 position upgrades included here, and there's actually an addition of 2 FTEs to the department.
Okay. And again, through the administration, on page 415, Appropriations Finance Overtime, in what instances is overtime paid?
Mr. Chairman, there are probably a variety of overtime. In the past couple years, we have had overtime incurred within our Treasury office during the tax collection period. We have had overtime within our Controller's office as enhancements are made to SAP. A lot of those enhancements, if they're major, require a significant amount of testing, and just due to timelines, Controller's office staff have worked overtime over the weekend on that testing. Occasionally, Mr. Chairman, there is overtime within the budget office. That's probably on a much smaller scale than what you might see in Treasury.
Okay. And through the administration, on page 415, public notices is projected to stay the same yet the county last year added a third official newspaper. How do you reconcile what is said to be an increased cost with no budgetary changes in 2021?
Mr. Chairman, the public notices, even though we picked up a third publication, the Minority Reporter, there's not a tremendous cost associated. The increase you see in 2019, those public notices were running a little higher due to an increase in purchasings needing to RFP out mental health contracts. And there were also notices within our real property office for the advertising of the county auction. We're just trying to step up that process in 2019.
And through the administration, again on page 415, appropriations finance department, temporary help falls from 25,272 in 2019. The actual and the 37,200 in the 2020 amended to only 5,000 in 2021. What is the reason for this decrease?
Mr. Chairman, the temporary help was a retired deputy controller who agreed to work for us on a part-time basis for the past several years to help us with the transition from, you probably remember, former controller Tony Feroci after he retired. He has been assisting in the controller's office ever since that date. However, we are in a much better position in terms of our financial statement production and the staff we've hired to assist with the more nitty-gritty technical aspects of SAP. So he has been actually working with us far less. The budget you see for 2020, it's a little over $37,000. That included his time, but he really hasn't worked in 2020. And he won't be working in 21 either. So we're bringing the budget down commensurate with his departure.
And through the administration, on page 415, appropriations finance department, equipment falls from 30,500 in 2020 and is amended to 21,500 in 2021. Can you explain the decrease and what is being purchased?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The 2020 budget had a higher amount requested for the replacement of desks, chairs, and I think they're called sit-stand desks. Obviously, we're not doing a whole lot of purchases like that in 2020, so this is, to a lesser extent, kind of a push into 21. Those sit-stand desks, they actually do wonders for your back, and I actually encourage more of our staff to request them.
Okay. And through the administration, moving on to page 417, the finance department pays a chargeback to City Place. What finance department personnel are working out of City Place?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure what this particular chargeback is for. It's probably a legacy cost. I'll have to look at that.
Okay. Thank you. We'd appreciate that. Through the administration, also on page 417, I again noticed a negative chargeback on 3 line items. Can you explain what factors into the line items and how they are calculated?
Mr. Chairman, we accumulate the gross appropriations for COB postage, and then we charge back user departments, the legislature, the minority and majority offices. If the department is in COB, they're getting a chargeback for the use of postage. The same goes with our duplicating. Again, we accumulate the gross appropriations. By the way, both COB postage and duplicating are in the internal service fund. Internal service funds generally charge out their entire cost. So for both postage and duplicating, that's what you're seeing, the gross accumulations within those areas being charged out to user departments. And those are generally charged out on a utilization basis. The other negative chargeback you see, I'm going to make the assumption what you're looking at is the fee-for-service charge from the controller's office. It's our non-ICAP charges. It's the services we provide for other departments on a requested or on a very specific basis. And for this particular line item, it's with our Department of Human Services. Our controller's office in 2020 had a little bit higher chargeback to Human Services, a little over $197,000, but that was to provide for additional budget support. You're not going to see that in the 21 year. We also included in there previously, but not in 21, we in the controller's office bore the cost of the check printing charge through JP Morgan Chase. That is actually a human services charge. It's their benefits issuance control checks, BICs we call them. That direct cost going forward is going to be expensed in human services. So we're not going to incur it in finance and then have to charge it back going forward.
Okay. And also through the administration on page 417, appropriations finance department, total interdepartmental charges vary from $559,962 in 2019 to $250,484 in 2020, amended to negative $27,947 in 2021. Can you explain the reason for this variance?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It's a net effect of what we are charged and what we charge out. One of the costs that we are charged is from information services, 961991. In prior years, it was almost $2.2 million. That has dropped down to $1.9 million as the UTC debt that the county took over has been fully paid off last year. That's an expense of our information services department. As information services is also an internal service department, they charge out their costs so that as they paid off that debt in 2020, they no longer have that cost going forward. Therefore, the charges they charge out go down commensurate. So as we get charged, the interdepartment charges increase. As we charge out our costs, the interdepartment charges go down. So what you're seeing in 21 is the net result of us charging out more than other departments charge us. The reduction in information services is a good explanation for that. The non-ICAP charge that controller's office pushes out to DHS, that significant change nets into that. And then, of course, modest changes in, printing services or Pure Water's admin labor based on work orders, liability insurance, workers' comp.
Okay. And through the administration, on page 603, Revenue Finance Department, proceeds from sale of assets fall from $100,000 in 2020, amended to $0 in 2021. Does the county not anticipate the sale of any assets in 2021?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman. The 2020 budget, that was my attempt to capture the fact that we have a county auction of property, and I was just trying to capture the net sales from that. The reality is the accounting, when we take foreclosed property to auction, the reality is the accounting all ties up to property tax revenue. It does not hit proceeds from sale of assets. So it was a failed attempt on my part in 2020 to capture that, and there's just no reason to have the accounting be different from the budget, so we took it out of the budget.
Okay. And through the administration, on page 603, GIS services to localities is budgeted for $100,000 in revenue in 2021. Is this a below-the-line chargeback, and do all municipalities utilize GIS services from the county?
It is, Mr. Chairman. In fact, the three line items you see as intergovernmental, those are all below-the-line charges. GIS is a $1, let me see. The GIS, which is budgeted in environmental services, charges back real property tax service to $100,000, which we then in turn put on the below-the-line charges for all real property services. So, long-winded answer, Mr. Chairman, to yes, all the municipalities utilize the GIS services, either the town itself or their fire protection districts, or they pay on behalf of their school districts.
Okay, thank you. And I've just got a couple of quick personnel questions. Can you explain why the controller position rose from a group 22 to a group 23?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We are a large department serving all other county departments. I'm the department head as a group 27. If the controller is the deputy director by a different title. For a department this size that serves all other county departments, you typically have the department head at group 27 and the deputy department head at a group 23. And this rectifies that long-standing, what I'll call misclassification.
Okay. And following up on that, through the administration, can you explain why the deputy controller and the deputy controller part-time rose from a group 20 to a group 21?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This is a long-standing request I've had, not been successful in the past. The reality is that our deputy controller is the person in charge of producing the county's comprehensive annual financial report, or CAFR. This person is also responsible for the SAP technical aspects in terms of how accounting transactions settle. And for us, the reality is he's the top accountant for Monroe County. And we have positions in other departments who function as the finance administrator of those other departments who are at a higher pay group, a group 21. And that was a gross injustice, in my opinion, Mr. Chairman, again, for a number of years, when the reality is all those other positions report their information to the deputy controller. He should at least be at the same pay group as those other departmental finance administrators.
Okay. And through the administration, can you explain the need for and the job description of the newly created Information Services Business Analyst position?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can. I don't have the job description with me, but it can be provided. It's I think it's an IS Business Analyst title, and we can provide that to you. As for the reason why the position is being created, The answer to that is Monroe County paid $11 million for SAP over a number of years, and it would be nice if we could utilize it. There is so much about SAP that is over our heads, and we end up paying consultants $150 an hour to make configuration changes for us. I would rather bring an individual who I have an individual identified who came from Eastman Kodak with 30 years of direct SAP programming experience. We can pay her at a group, I think it's a group 17 in this budget request, which frankly, Mr. Chairman, is a heck of a lot cheaper than paying our consultant $150 an hour.
All right, thank you, Mr. Franklin. And at this time, I'm going to open the floor up for legislators for additional questions. Legislator Mafucci.
Thank you. I just have one question and a statement. Through the chair, a pandemic response is really a federal responsibility. The county's response and use of CARES Act funding has been exemplary. However, there's a need for more federal assistance. My colleague, John Baines, and I recently put together a memorializing proclamation asking for that. What plans do the administration have to lobby for more federal funding for county services addressing pandemic-related needs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our county executive routinely speaks with our local delegation at the state level, but also our delegation at the federal level. Speaks to him, actually, our county executive speaks on a regular basis to our federal delegation. We also have an attorney on staff with significant lobbying experience who will assist us in those specific endeavors. I don't think I should get any more specific, Mr. Chairman. I'm probably getting over in my head as it is.
Thank you. And through the chair, I just have a statement. Again, through the chair, this is a statement. There was a question about fiscal stress in the county rating. That's one of my interest areas, and it's a good idea to review it. We're actually 12.9 points better in the county rating, which is a 20% improvement year to year. And our fund balance factor is actually better since that rating. I enjoy talking frankly with Budget Director Franklin about this system. He helped me learn more about it. I appreciate his perspective, especially on fund balance. Our improvement appears very competitive. So our position really is improving, and I think that's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Mafucci. Legislator Hebert, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the administration, on page 145, I'm now moving to finance, unallocated, and some appropriation questions. What has caused the employee medical and dental premiums to increase by $1 million in the 2021 proposed budget? And were there significant changes made to employee health care?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. On page 145, correct? Unallocated insurance divisions?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For a more thorough discussion on that, I would like to refer the committee a few pages ahead, page 149, where you see the variety of insurances that roll up to that particular appropriation. It is medical, workers' comp, unemployment, liability, dental, risk management, and even, and then we charge out for interdepartmental charges. So with respect to medical, we do trend forward. This year, looking back, settled on a 5% trend factor. That's going from our 2019 actuals. So we take our 19 actuals, trend 5% to 20, and then 5% for the proposed 21 budget. And that's pretty good. Our workers' comp, we are seeing a downward trend in the past 3-4 years on that, so we tried to adjust that budget accordingly. The liability insurance, only a small decrease, but again, that's based on looking at the past 3, 4, 5 years, and we are seeing a slight downward cost trend in liability. Probably the only, I guess I'll call it major change, maybe it's major change. In retiree medical, we are anticipating increasing the monthly benefit for retirees.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, is that an increase in the retirement benefit for retirees related to their health savings account?
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly what I was referring to.
Okay, thank you. On page 418, there seems to be a huge decrease in professional services. Can you explain that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just had to get to the page. Oh, yes, Mr. Chairman. Huge decrease, right?
Yeah, yes, Chairman, like $50 million.
Yeah, yes. So the amended budget for 2020 includes our $129 million of CARES Act. That was allocated within finance unallocated, and it was specifically split out $50 million in our supplies and materials, $50 million in our professional services, and $29 million in change in our salaries. You know, that was a guess way back in March or April, whenever it came. So for professional services going into 2021, it's the typical professional services that have been in every other budget. So we have a number of professional service expenses at Frontier Field. That would include Rochester Police in their traffic control, elevator maintenance, and Wi-Fi. We also have professional services related to employee benefits, our workers' comp, our dental, the flexible spending account. And we also have budgets for labor relations and our legal consulting around collective bargaining agreements.
Thank you. Through the chair, on page 419, can you explain the increase of $125,000 in change in commit item 509010 to City Place?
Mr. Chairman, yes. City Place is a building account within our internal service fund. The building account, they accumulate all the gross appropriations, and they incur all the expenses associated with maintaining the building. And then the building account charges out their costs to the user departments. With respect to City Place, there is a portion that hits finance unallocated, representing the space not directly attributable to a specific department. I think this committee and all the legislators have probably heard our space utilization study from a prior year, and we need to map out the full use of City Place. And when that happens, it probably will need, when that happens, I know it will need less of a contribution from the general fund.
Thank you. On page 418, sorry to make you go backwards. Line item 504340. Could you, there's a small change in space rental, but what space are we renting and why isn't it charged to any specific department?
Mr. Chairman, this relates to our lease of a Kodak parking lot, and we use it for Red Wing baseball games. Frontier Field is a cost center within finance unallocated. It's part of the general fund. You may remember we originally absorbed this into the internal service fund. Then we had a follow-up discussion with internal auditors, and because they don't have any direct user departments, it's really more appropriate for them to be accounted for in the general fund. So Frontier Field is a cost center within finance unallocated.
Okay. Through the chair, on page 418, where the heck is it? I'm sorry, item 504640. We're budgeting $1 million less for self-insurance reserves. Are we expecting fewer claims, lower premiums, or what?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There really is two components. There's $300,000 for our workers' comp, and then there's $5 million for unemployment. And again, just looking at the costs we've been seeing the past couple of years, the unemployment is trending down.
Through the chair, can you give some relative amounts that attribute, to attribute to those two things, to the million? Do you follow me?
The change, Mr. Chairman, is completely attributable to our adjustment to unemployment.
Okay, got it. Moving to some revenue questions on page 604, and I'll let you get to it.
Thank you.
There's an estimate of 415 million and change in property tax revenue that is equal to the proposed tax levy in the budget. I have to assume that every year there are people who do not pay their taxes. So why are we projecting to receive 100% payment on the tax levy?
Mr. Chairman, good question. As explained in prior budget meetings throughout the years, this is the levy. If you go through all the departments in the budget book and add up the line called net county support, it should add up to 415, 382, 230. That is our levy equal to net county support. The people who do not pay their taxes, there is an overlay for uncollectible taxes. We go through a calculation based on a 10-year average of collections. There's actually a formula or a process laid out by the comptroller's office that we follow. So we go through 10-year history of actual collections in terms of a percentage, back out the sale of tax liens, the delinquent taxes to be collected, and then arrive at an amount that is the overlay for uncollectible taxes. So those two amounts will find their way in the referral that you'll see in December called the total tax levy, Monroe County total tax levy.
Thank you. Through the chair, you just mentioned a 10-year average of collections. I think that might be a solution to my question here. On average, what percentage of county residents typically fail to pay their property taxes in a given year, and what percentage of revenue does that represent?
Mr. Chairman, Monroe County has an average collection rate of 98%. Sometimes that fluctuates by 1 or more tenths of a percent, but it has been really, really consistent. In terms of the delinquency, our measurement date is usually October 20th. Oh my God, August, not October. And over the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, since 2014, we've seen an annual decline in the number of parcels that go delinquent, that are declared delinquent in August. Including 2020, it was another 5.4% reduction in the number of delinquent parcels. Oddly enough, the dollar amounts that are unpaid original tax does not really fluctuate a whole lot if you look at the whole grand scheme of things. It's usually in that $15 to $16 to $17 million range.
Thank you. It looks like you're looking at a report through you, Mr. Chair, to the administration. Could we get a copy?
Yeah. Sure.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, please explain the decrease of almost $3 million in miscellaneous revenue from the 2020 to the 2021 budget.
Mr. Chairman, that really reflects our estimate of revenue from the sale of delinquent tax liens. The budget for 2020 was $6 million. The budget for 21 is $3 million.
Got it. Through you, Mr. Chair, on page 604, projecting off-track betting revenues to remain flat with a $500,000 project revenue. My question is this consistent with what other counties who share in revenue from the same pool of off-track betting money are doing?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know how much other counties receive from Western New York OTB. So I don't know what they receive, and frankly, I don't know what they budget. This county, when I first became CFO, typically budgeted $550,000 a year, and we were collecting far less. So probably, I don't remember, maybe 2014 or 15, we lowered the budget to an even $500,000. You know, what drives that revenue number, Mr. Chairman, is whether or not there's a contender for the Triple Crown. And I see in 2019, we had a robust $683,000 collected, and that was the deal back then. There was a contender.
Understood. I didn't make any bets on those particular races. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to follow up on that. Obviously, businesses and things have been shut down due to COVID-19. Is it rational for us to be anticipating revenue from OTB to remain the same? And I have no idea if they've closed the parlors or left them open or what they've done.
My only comment, Mr. Chairman, is that gambling is alive and well in this country.
It certainly is on football. Through you, Mr. Chairman, in the 2020 amended budget, there is $29.43 million in CARES Act funding for salaries. I actually believe in the last report I got from the administration on Monday that number was now much closer to $60 million. Was this funding used for hazard pay, or was it for like public safety, public health employees working during the crisis, et cetera?
It was, Mr. Chairman, and you know, within our public safety and public health fields, plus hazard pay, else in other departments. A quick comment about that $29 million budget for salaries and finance unallocated. You know, that's how the budget was divvied up when the CARES Act dollars were received. Frankly, it was a lot easier, and it really does make more sense the way we actually worked it. And what I mean by that is, if I'm a public health employee, the salary remained in public health. And what we did was book revenue in public health from the CARES Act. I think the original thought was to accumulate the actual salaries against the $29 million budget. That would have been an accounting nightmare and required a whole host of accounting entries and a lot of work to do. And quite frankly, if you're working in public health, that's where your salary is. That's the effort you're doing. There was no real reason to move your salary costs to finance unallocated.
Yes, and through the chair, I also know that you are not required to report details of public health and public safety employees if you've claimed CARES Act money against them, if I'm not mistaken. My question, however, is, am I correct that the total amount of money from the CARES funding that is now covering salaries of either hazard pay or health and safety employees or perhaps others is now over $60 million?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any of my CARES Act reports with me, but that is a number that sounds familiar. So you're at least in the ballpark.
Thank you. Now moving to page 146.
Yes, thank you.
Through you, Chairman Delahanty, sales tax revenue is estimated to decrease just over $8 million in the 2021 proposed budget.
Yes,
Does the
yes, Mr.
administration
Chairman.
have plans to petition the state for an increase to the sales tax rate to make up for lost revenue, or any plans to make up for the sales tax lost revenue of any other nature?
No, Mr. Chairman, we are not seeking to petition for an increase in the sales tax rate. My only other efforts are to complain to the people I know in New York State that the state has intercepted our sales tax to make towns and villages whole for its reduction in aid and incentive to municipalities, and for building a pool for distressed hospitals that hasn't been identified yet.
Thank you. I'm familiar with that. Through the chair, two more questions, I think, at least this time. Since a number of towns canceled their assessments in 2020 due to COVID, do we have any idea how many towns have now fallen outside of the 100% equalized value?
Yes, it's 12 or 14, Mr. Chairman.
That's close enough.
It's up from 10 last year, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, final question. By what percentage is the full value of all real property increased from 20 to 21? I think you had that in your presentation, but.
It was 5.95%, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I yield the floor back to Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Legislator Hebert. All right, at this time, I'm going to follow up with a few questions for Legislator Baruth. You have the floor.
Are you sure?
I am.
Okay, great. Okay, no problem. First, I'd just like to say to through the chair to Legislator Hebert, if I talk too fast, you have license to say point of information or point of slow down or whatever you like, okay? Because I recognize my challenge. Okay. First, I just want to thank the administration for answering all our questions. I know it's a late night. It's past 9, and we'll go on for a little while longer, I'm sure. But it's important, and I'm sure we all appreciate your efforts. First, I want to say to the administration that I really do appreciate the measured response this budget is taking in light of the pandemic. The pandemic's not over. The effects are not over. And in fact, if anything, they're getting worse. I think that there would be budgetary impacts that we do not yet foresee that are coming down the road. And I am pleased that the administration is taking at least a 3-year lookout. And that's very important, because I'm not always 100% confident that we're going to, as a society, respond in the best possible way to this difficulty. I have hopes, but I'm not always confident. I also like to say that I am incredibly excited that the county is moving away from the use of sales of tax liens for a number of reasons. And mine has always been primarily about the loss of the 18% interest growth that we would lose every time we sold a tax lien. Once you sell it, you don't get that interest growth anymore on what is owed to you. But I will also say I did not appreciate the fact that, according to the people who buy tax liens, that in fact, the sale of tax liens leads to an increase in zombie homes. And that's a scary thought, because we've been doing this for, 2012. It was early on in my tenure. And the fact is, it's not just losing money, we're losing homes, and neighborhood values suffered as a result. So I'm very glad we're moving away from that. So I just wanted to say those two things to start. Many of the questions that I had, I will not ask simply because they have been asked, and I don't feel the need to repeat. But I did want to highlight those two things. All right. So my first question, and they're going to be bouncing around a little bit because, as I said, many have been already asked. But if we could go to page 87 for the Communications Department. I just want to reiterate that the 2021 major objective of redesigning the Monroe County website to make it a more effective portal for stakeholders is one that I could not more wholeheartedly support. It is in very great need of that, and I'm glad that's going to occur. And I think I wrote down, when I wrote down my notes next to, I wrote down please, because it is a challenging website. And I know this not because of my own experiences, but because of constituent feedback as well. So I just want to point out that that is something that's very important to me. I have a small question regarding the Office of Public Integrity. On page 635, revenues, I was surprised to see it had revenues. And they're minor. It's only $133. But I was curious, how is it, I mean, I had always assumed that the Public of Office Integrity wouldn't seek out wrongdoing or correct it. I didn't realize they could potentially make revenue as well. Could someone explain what this was and how did this happen?
Through the chair.
Through the chair, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I know what it is. It's a workers' comp refund that was received. At this meeting, I don't have the detail of why it necessarily found its way to the Office of Public Integrity, other than I'm going to just make the assumption for this meeting that it was related to one of their staff.
Okay, and that's fine. I don't want to know the details. I don't want to, that's not the sort of thing we should be doing. But I was just surprised to see that it was actually in this budget line as opposed to, in this case, the worker comp line. But I can see why for budgetary points of view for the office itself, perhaps they'd like to highlight that success, because I assume we consider that to be a success, correct?
I love revenue, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, fair enough. Me too, as time has gone by, I've become very much appreciative of income as opposed to outcome. All right, so moving to page 138 under Finance Department.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I was worried that my colleagues on Delahanty and Heber were going to ask all my questions. They asked some of them, but not all of them. But I did want to go to the accomplishments at first on page 138. And I have to say that I was very impressed, particularly with the first. I know we talked about this in your presentation, but I just want to highlight the fact that you were able to, for the first bullet point, take care of those the general obligation for funding serial bonds. I mean, that's something that saves the county a lot of money that we wouldn't otherwise do. And my question to you regarding this accomplishment is: do you suspect that, given the challenges that we anticipate but can't totally identify with the pandemic and such, that we'll be likely to be able to do this in future years?
Through the chair.
Through the chair. Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The time to refund bonds is really dependent on how they were sold. Up until probably 2 years ago, it was very customary to have a 10-year call on bonds. So in 2020, all right, so this is a bad example. When I first became CFO, customary to have a 10-year call on bonds. For the past, I would say 4 years, 8-year calls have been more customary. This particular issue in 2020 was a refunding of our 2010 bonds. The underwriters are always pitching refunding deals. There's always money for them to make, and even in pandemic environments, the financial markets roll on. So if there's an opportunity for underwriters to make money, they are going to pitch the deal.
Okay. And we suspect we might be in a position to take advantage of that. Through the chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think there's another refunding opportunity coming up in, I think it's coming up in April, May of 21.
Okay.
Not decided if we're going to seize that opportunity. It all depends on market conditions as we get closer to that date.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to also ask you a question about the third major accomplishment, which was to establish procedures to monitor contractors' compliance with the equal pay laws and such, and auditing their certification records. And this is a great thing. I think it's fine that we have this procedure, but does this mean that we did not check this or audit this in the past? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, this really was a result of a resolution adopted earlier this year for equal pay. In that resolution, specifically called upon developing procedures and purchasing to receive from our contractors verification, attestation, some kind of certification that they are complying with federal and state equal pay laws. And above and beyond that, the resolution called to develop audit procedures for that. So what we did in the purchasing division is develop the process for collecting that information from our vendors, and then we worked with internal audit to set up a procedure for a periodic audit with that division.
Okay, and that makes sense. But through the chair, does that mean we did not do this prior?
Mr. Chairman, in my time as CFO, I don't recall as part of the county's internal audit plan work around auditing vendor compliance with equal pay laws. I don't know if it happened before my time, but certainly not since.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Through the chair of the administration, I know that in the past, and we do this regularly, we've complete 10 hotel motel occupancy tax audits. Did we do that this year through the chair?
Not 10 of them, Mr. Chairman, no.
Okay. Through the chair of the administration, do you know which ones we audited offhand or no? Through the chair.
Mr. Chair, not at this meeting. I can find out how many were audited. We generally don't share their names. We just call them Hotel A, Hotel B.
That's fine. Okay, that works. I would appreciate it if you could get me the number at some point. Then through the administration, sorry, through the chair to the administration, I had a question on page 418. And I suspect the answer is the same for all, but if not, then please let me know. But underlines 504-230, which is excess coverage premium, and 504-240, insurance state charges. They both gone up very significantly, like 300% and 100% from 2020 amended to the 2021 request. Is there a reason for that through the chair?
Mr. Chairman, the state charges relate to workers' comp.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, was the other one excess coverage premium?
Yes.
That 837,000 has a couple components, Mr. Chairman. The biggest component is for our general liability insurance. That's $572,000. So certainly the lion's share of this. It also includes workers' comp for $200,000 and our risk for $65,000.
Thank you. And through the chair of the administration, does that mean that our general liability costs are going up or not significantly?
They are, Mr. Chairman.
They are. And do we have a primary reason for that, or is it just a confluence of many factors through the chair?
In terms of the budget, they're going down, but I did get, so I kind of jumped ahead. I do know our liability insurance will be going up in 21. We do have a new broker, but there are, and we have a meeting scheduled next week, a Zoom meeting. There are changes in the marketplace that are going to result in an increase in our premium cost.
I see. And through the chair, is this a change that's affecting many entities like us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, many.
Okay, and that's unfortunate. If we could, I'd like to go to page 154, Human Resources.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. And unfortunately, I have to move my pages at the same time. So I did also have a couple questions about the accomplishments here. The first bullet point speaks of yielding over 3.5 million in prescription drug rebates, saving taxpayers money. And my question is, this is a great thing, but the question is through the chair, is this a typical amount or is this an outlier?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I believe we have a rep from Human Resources, specifically in our benefits, Deborah Wood, if you're available.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, that is a result of our relationship with Excellus and also the work of our insurance brokers. So it's not considered an outlier. We anticipate in the subsequent years to continue to have those types of rebates as a result of the strength of our relationship with Excellus.
Thank you very much. And a follow-up question, actually, through the chair to the administration. The second bullet point is talking about the Save On Specialty Drug Program, saving approximately $875,000. Is that amount part of the first bullet point, or is that something totally different?
Through the chair, that is an additional savings. The Save On program is particularly for those with high-cost medical conditions, something like lupus, rheumatoid arthritis. Medications like Humira, for example, and others in that category are extremely expensive. This was a targeted campaign with Excellus to identify those of our members taking those medications. And we worked very carefully to make sure the member could make that change and not suffer any lack of care in making that change, and also saving us significant money.
Thank you. That's great. I'm very happy to hear they weren't part of the same amount. It's always wonderful to see additional funds being saved. I'm with Bob Franklin on that one. So moving on, I'd also like to ask through the chair to the administration, the new policy and for telework, so working from home during the COVID-19 crisis. Clearly, the county did it, tons of other places did it as well. Do we anticipate any long-term adaptations that might result of this new set of policies? Or after the pandemic is over, do we anticipate these policies might just revert, we'll quote, back to normal? Through the chair.
Just one moment, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our Deputy Director is going to respond.
Yes, I'll respond through the chair. We've had some discussions about this internally. We have not made a decision yet. It's very clear that with the increased emphasis on working at home that was forced upon us due to the pandemic, we have seen that it's good for morale. It's been very efficient. We think there are other possible benefits long-term. But it's subject to further discussion and decision-making, I would say, in the administration. We in Human Resources happen to work in an office where it's easy to facilitate work at home. Many of our departments don't have that luxury.
Thank you. That makes sense. And I'm glad you're having discussions about this, because I think you're right. It does increase morale, but obviously it can't work everywhere. So I'm glad you're looking into it. I had an additional question about one of the 2021 major objectives, which was to change the employee onboarding, the new employee onboarding process from a vendor to something that's in-house. What do we pay the current vendor now for the onboarding of new employees?
Boy, do you happen to know that, Bob?
I don't. Mr. Chairman, we may have to follow up on that particular question.
Okay, that's fine. And through the chair, I just want to say that, it's whatever that price is, it's clearly going to be a savings moving forward. And so that's why I want to know how much we'll be able to save by making this move. Thank you. Going to page 156, I just wanted to highlight and then commend the department for performance measure of negotiation sessions. I went back in time and looked at the 2016 actual. There's 22 sessions. The 2017 actuals are 27 sessions, and the 2018 actual dropped down to 7. 2019 actual dropped down to 0. And at that time, they estimated there'd be 1 session in 2020, whereas now in this current budget, there's 10, in fact, estimated for 2020 and 50 for next year. And I just want to say thank you for re-engaging with our employees, particularly our union employees, in a meaningful way. I just have to say thank you and recognize that achievement. Okay.
Thank you, and we think it's long overdue.
Thank you. I do too. All right. Moving over to the Monroe Community Hospital, I just have a few brief questions there. Page 215. One of the accomplishments was the outbound transmission of information on the Rio system. My question is this the first year we've had a successful outbound transmission, or is this something that we're doing on a regular basis? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, we do have our executive director of the hospital, Alyssa Tallow, on the line.
We had successful transmission through Rio.
I'm sorry. I couldn't understand. Through the chair.
The first year that we had a successful transmission.
It was the first year. Okay, thank you. Congratulations. I recognize the value of being a participant in the Rio system. And the fact of the matter is, if we can't transfer the information around productively, it really inhibits, people who are getting treatment in different locations. And today, obviously with COVID and everything else going on, that's really important. So I'm glad we did it. I didn't realize it was the first time, but congratulations on doing that as well. I had an additional question though, regarding the capacity of the pediatric units, because one of the goals essentially is to increase that capacity. Could you share what is the current usage or availability of beds in the pediatric units through the chair?
Through the chair, our current capacity is 5 beds on the pediatric unit. We did have a full census, so we were 5 out of 5. We did just discharge one of our pediatric patients recently, so we are now 4 out of 5.
Okay, and so I understand. Do I understand correctly that we want to increase that capacity through the chair?
Through the chair, right now, our operating certificate is for the 5 beds, but that is something that in the future we will have discussions, and we have had discussions with URMC related to if there's a community need to increase that capacity.
Okay, thank you. And then through the chair administration, looking at the performance measures, which is on page 218. Okay. Back in 2020 budget proposal and going back further, one of the measures was treatments, respiratory therapy, okay? Or maybe it's the other way around. And then we changed the name to respiratory, I'm not explaining that well. In the actual 2018 for respiratory therapy, it was 577. And then 2019 actual, it's 400,000 something. How is that? I mean, clearly something changed in what we're measuring. Do we know what that is through the chair?
I wasn't here during those years, but it could be attributed to treatments versus minutes.
Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I am also aware that there was a change in the way these were reported.
Okay. Well, then through the chair of the administration, I guess my question now would be, for things of all the treatments, are all these numbers minutes through the chair? On page 218?
Yes, it is.
I think that's a yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, looking at the performance measures, one of the things I noticed over time, and I went back a couple years to 2018, 2019 actuals, it appears that the population of residents under 65 seems to be declining quite a bit. Is that the case, or is it not, through the chair?
For the chair, I would have to look at what our census trends have been over the past few years. Again, I've only been here since 2019, so I'd have to look at that data and I could provide it to the legislators.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure it's the case. I mean, there's a slight increase heading into 2021. I guess the question behind that is, do we attribute that to anything? And that's probably the greater question as opposed to the actual, is there a decline? I would posit there is. And if you could, if there's a reason for it, I would appreciate that through the chair.
Through the chair, I don't have the answer as to why it might fluctuate. It really depends on what referrals we receive and what residents accept.
I understand. Thank you. Moving to page 241, which is, believe it or not, golf. I just want to talk extremely briefly about the performance measures on page 242, and that is simply to say, thank you so much for including performance measures for the golf. That was something that I had asked about in previous years and they were not included, and I'm glad they are there now. So I'd like to give thanks whenever possible. Okay, thank you. And a small question on page 253 for economic and workforce development. I think it's probably nitpicky, but I've learned if you don't ask a question, you'd never know. The performance measure, direct jobs created per project, in past years was just described as jobs created per project. I guess the question is, we just changed the name to be more accurate. Has it always been direct jobs created, or is that something different in terms of what is being measured? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I think I know the answer, but I don't want to misspeak, so I'd like to follow up and get back to you.
Okay, fair enough. My suspicion is it's just the budget trying to be more specific, but just in case I'm wrong, I'd like to know. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to page 257, Public Defender. I really want to compliment the Public Defender's Office on some of the 2020 accomplishments, including I was very impressed by implementing the new court date reminder program. I just looked at it and thought that was great. And that it significantly reduced the failure to appear rates. Do we know, through the chair, how much of a reduction in the failure to appear rates occurred?
Mr. Chairman, we do have our public defender, Mr. Donaher, on the line.
Yes, so through the chair, it's actually, we did see a reduction in our failure to appear rates, but to give you an accurate number would be very challenging given the impact on COVID and its resultant closing of the court system for almost 6 months. I could provide you an analysis we did of our bench warrants year over year and month over month, which showed upwards of a 40% reduction. But again, I would caution those figures because of the impact of COVID and it's shutting down the courts.
Okay, but through the chair, you are confident that there was a reduction in the a number of failure to appear rates, correct? Through the chair?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you. And you did, I was going to compliment you on your the bench warrant program as well, because I thought that was also a wonderful thing. And you said it's approximately a 40% reduction, correct? Through the chair?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you. And then finally, I had a question about the next accomplishment, which was the implementing the felony caseload reduction plan. I understand what that is. That's pretty clear. But to me, the question is, how was this achieved? Was it by hiring new attorneys to spread out the caseload, or was it something else? Through the chair.
Through the chair, that was achieved by sending a certain percentage of our felony cases to the assigned counsel program. And of course, those cases would be paid for by year 2 of our Harrell Herring funding.
Okay, that makes sense. So it wasn't a hiring thing, it was moving it to a different different staff, essentially. Through the chair.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And by the way, good job. I mean, all those, they're very, I like to see that happening. So thank you very much. Moving on, and I'm actually getting there.
Legislator Baruth?
Yes, sir.
Roth, I was wondering if we might be able to take a quick 5-minute bathroom break for the committee, and we can come back and get back to your questions.
Far be it for me to get in between anyone in that. So yes, absolutely.
All right. Right now it's let's see, the time is 9:41. We'll see everyone in about 5 minutes or so.
like it. If people don't come over, the light don't bother us. Yeah, boy, it feels pretty. I like it. We like that we got that. That blue tree in the corner like that. I think it's lovely. I really do. Gold, gorgeous. It's beautiful. Very nice. Yeah, I cut them when we went to the side. I just didn't want to put everything. No, no. I like it. Very versatile. A lot of different ways. You don't have anything more than that. Now, when you turn this, see, this has to be unhooked here. Yeah. You just let it hang. This thing here. The that goes into there. It's too hard to screw that over there. Okay, now these turn off with the little switches. I'm not gonna put them on until I get the right bulb. They're too much. Well, I'll show you how. No, I want to. No, no, this is.
Legislator Hebert, am I speaking slowly enough?
I am having no problem following you tonight. Josh often speaks at the speed of a one of those advertising people that, you know, gets in 400 words in the last 10 seconds of an ad. And I've actually put a sign at his desk at the legislature asking him to remember to slow down.
Indeed. So thank
And
you.
to his credit, he's left it there for what, close to 2 years now?
Yeah.
Of course, the last year we haven't been there. So
Yeah. But, you know.
I should mail you one. You can put it on your home desk.
There's no room here.
Well, my office looks pretty nice looking that way. Looking this way.
Yeah, you don't do that. I'm glad you're doing well.
Yeah, we're surviving.
George, have you spotted anybody falling asleep yet?
Aside from myself?
Yeah.
Kind of hard when your eyes are closed. No, I have not. Well, although those that are falling asleep have stopped their video, so it would be my suspicion.
Yeah, when people don't show their face, I start wondering.
I'll confess I took my dog out right before the actual break, and now she's next to me here.
About 10 minutes before the break, I ran upstairs because I needed the bathroom break. A little sooner than others, probably due to age. I don't know.
This is true confessions, George.
Yeah, well, you know, you started to ask. I mean, I'm pretty straightforward. You know that.
My camera went off for a similar reason a little while ago.
That's why
I was just hungry. I took a dinner break.
I must confess, when I went upstairs to take care of my problem, I also picked up a cinnamon bun, which I brought back. Cinnamon roll, excuse me, whatever the heck they're called.
No sharing?
If you want to come here, Tracy, you can. You know where I live.
We're going to get back started here in just a minute.
Jack can't take this.
Okay, George, I'll confess. I had 2 Italian sausage sandwiches on a hard roll with peppers and onions. Okay, and I think that's when you were talking.
Most people ignore me when I'm talking, so that's okay. I will tell you, when I was in the Navy, it tended to end more with yes, sir.
Took me a second.
All right, we're going to reconvene the meeting. And Legislator Baroff, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to ask about just one question about the Veteran Services Agency under the appropriations section on page 535. Wait a second. Okay. Through the chair to the administration, how is the county using the lines 505085 medical lab supplies and 505110, which is pharmaceuticals? To me, it looks like the appropriations were in one line, moved to the other line, and then back again. Is that correct, or is there some other explanation through the chair?
Well, hold on just one second, legislator. We'll give the administration a second to get settled.
We might have lost Mr. Franklin.
And we might have had a disconnect. So if you'll hold just a second.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
I want one.
Yeah, they'll be back online, so we just gotta pause for another minute.
Okay.
Are we officially in session? Chairman Delahanty or not?
Yes.
Yes, we are. We're just having some technical difficulties. We're reconnecting with the administration.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, this is the undersheriff. I'm just testing out a new microphone, see if you can hear us well.
That's better.
That's better. Sounds good.
All right. All right, anarchy is averted.
Thank you.
Should be coming back online now.
Roth.
They're just connecting.
Okay. All right, Legislator Baroff, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to repeat my question then. Through you to the administration, how is the county using, on page 535 for the Veteran Services Agency appropriations, using lines 505-085 medical lab supplies and 505-110 pharmaceuticals? To me, it looks like the appropriations used to be in the med lab and then they moved to pharmaceuticals and then back again. Is that correct, or is it something else, through the chair?
Bear with us, legislator.
Sure.
Here, they're coming back up. I'll wait till I can talk to Franklin.
Should be good now.
Mr. Franklin?
Hello, thank you, and
All right.
I greatly apologize.
Welcome back.
Good to be back.
All right, our legislator has been patient. Josh has asked twice. This is going to be his third time. Third time is a charm.
I have faith. Okay. All right, so.
Go ahead, legislator.
Through the chair to administration, on page 535, the appropriations for the Veteran Service Agency. How is the county using lines 505-085 medical lab supplies and 505-110 pharmaceuticals? I ask because it looks to me as though the appropriations were in the med lab line, then moved to the pharmaceuticals and then back again. Is that the case, or is there something else to explain this? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, there was grant funding accepted in the 2020 amended budget, and I'm almost certain that is the cause. I do believe we have Director Nick Stavanovich on the line, if he'd like to chime in if that is an error.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Through you, Mr. Chairman, that supplies, I'm not sure. I'd have to look into what the legislator is specifically speaking about in regards to why it was moved, but if the legislator is asking what it's being used for, I can answer that question.
I was asking through the chair if anything had been moved, if the lines were using differently, but from the sounds of things, you've not changed the usage of either of these lines in the past year, correct, through the chair?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, and that's fine. That's really what I wanted to know. Okay, so thank you very much. Sorry about that. And to be honest, that's my only question on the Veteran Services Agency. My apologies. Moving on to the Monroe County Clerk on page 336. If the Monroe County Clerk has a representative here.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So first, looking under the accomplishments, I just wanted to say through the chair that implementing a 3-year contract with the Diversity EDU for implementing a training curriculum for the entire department. I think that's a wonderful thing to do, and not just simply because diversity training is a good thing, but it's the 3-year commitment. And I happen to know that Diversity EDU does a good job of actually providing feedback and opportunities for introspection as well. So I just want to say congratulations. And my question for you is, since you've implemented it, what has happened thus far in this 3-year plan? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I do believe we have the county clerk on the line.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone. Through the chair. So we are still, obviously, COVID-19 had pushed back a lot of initiatives. This was actually something that had been discussed prior to with the previous county clerk administration, and that we were looking to execute this year. So we are still in the middle of implementing the actual training. It's done remotely because most of it is web-based, and we're working with having all of our staff go through the training. So right now we are still in that process of having everybody finish that first round of training, and then looking at the next couple of years, depending on staff turnover and those next additional steps.
Thank you. And again, congratulations on actually making that move. A second thing in terms of the major accomplishments I'm very interested in, and that's the second bullet, implementing a video interpretation service for customers using ASL. And my question is how does it work? And do you know of any other customer-facing offices in the county using a system like this or the same system through the chair?
Hi, this is Rebecca Keiko, Deputy County Clerk. Through the chair, if I can answer this question, it is not fully operational yet because of COVID. We've had to delay it, although we are in the final steps of testing Wi-Fi access for all of our offices. We are not aware of any other department, but we can't speak confidently on that, of other departments that are using the ASL feature of the program, but we utilize Language Line for this, which is the same entity that we use for our language interpreting services, our other translation services that we use through our phones. But the way it works is simply a laptop, and you log into a computer site. You have a video facing the customer. You speak as the agent, and then the customer speaks through the computer interpreter. Live agent, and then you just simply carry on a casual conversation as you need to. It's quite seamless.
That sounds wonderful, and this is really important, particularly in Monroe County. We do have one of the largest deaf and hard of hearing populations. Well, pretty much in the country, not the biggest, but one of the biggest. And it's really important we provide our services. I'm happy to see the Monroe County Clerk's Office doing this. And I would urge you, especially if you're having a positive experience moving forward, to not to throw any additional work your way, but to do a dog and pony show to other customer-facing offices out there that this is something they can and I would say should do, or at least a service to have available. It's much better than the old the telephone system things I've seen in the past, and with a little teletype. I just can't speak enough to this. That this is something that we should really push as a county, and I mean, not just the executive branch, but the legislative branch, everyone. And so, you toot your own horn and do a dog and pony show about this particular accomplishment. I think it's awesome. So I would just urge you to brag about it.
Thank you, legislator. I would say through the chair, we are very pleased with our language access plan that we developed last year around this time. The ASL communication services that we're offering this year is simply a continuation of the plan that we developed last year. So we are looking forward to talking about it once we have it fully operational, but we agree in every way that this is a service that is desperately needed for anyone who is serving the customers and the public.
I agree. Thank you. I had a couple questions in addition about the objectives for next year. In particular, the joint operation is going to conduct an energy audit with the Department of Environmental Services to reduce the carbon footprint, and this is fine. And I think it's a great thing to do. Do you know if the county clerk's office has done something like this in the past, or is this something that's just totally new through the chair?
Through the chair, not that we are aware of. That was one of the areas, given that the county clerk's office has a significant amount of physical space here in the county office building, in addition to our 4 leased spaces. We know that in addition to a lot of consumables that we use just with paper and energy and ink and toner, we also have a lot of physical space. So that's looking at our footprint and looking at how we can work with our partners in other parts of the county is one of the initiatives that we hope to kind of do in tandem, I think, in the direction as the county itself is working towards looking at its footprint in a different light and how it can be more proactive.
Great. And that's really, I'm happy to hear that. I didn't know if anyone had done such an audit before. I'm glad to see you're doing it. I expect to be seeing more audits and more offices moving forward. But to be honest, I forgot just how big the footprint you have is. So you're right. It's a great opportunity there. And then finally, I have a suggestion for the which one is this? Sorry. The objective for the Auto License Bureau, when you have to focus on helping local residents meet the extended deadline for the Real ID enforcement. I'll just point out that this might be an opportunity to collaborate with the airport authority in terms of getting the word out there, because a lot of times when you need that Real ID, it's actually at the airport. And so you may have already thought of this, but it just might be a way of reaching out to them and see if maybe you could collaborate in some fashion. So it's just a suggestion. I think it's a great thing to do, but I just want to see if I can contribute.
Through the chair, we appreciate that. The federal government did extend the Real ID extension to October of 2021 due to COVID. There were some preliminary conversations with the airport prior to the COVID epidemic happening, but the issue we know we will continue to face is that particularly upgrading to a Real ID requires an in-person visit because we have to meet federal standards of reviewing IDs. So we're going to continue to have to work within the confines of a lot of the systems we have right now to make sure that we're meeting the needs for the ongoing issues that people have with DMV services, but also looking towards the future. But it's one of those areas that we'll continue to work on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, a question about the department budget. It's on page 337. There's a capital lease. It's a small amount. It's $3,900, and it's under on page 4036. It's under asset equipment. What is that piece of equipment? What is that for? Through the chair.
So through the chair, that was for a piece of equipment that was actually that was acquired last year, but it's showing up in the budget now. It has to do with a scanning piece of equipment that's done on our record side within the downtown operation. That's a book scanner. It's a 5-year lease that is part of the ongoing effort to continue to digitize all of the records that we have here in the county office building. And through the chair, that budget item has always been in the budget. It was in the budget for this year and will be for next year. It was just reallocated into a different location, but the money itself was always there.
Okay, that makes sense because I look at past budgets and compare. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on, this I suspect has to be to the administration broadly to Mr. Franklin. However, perhaps President Carbone might know the answer. This is in regards to the county legislature budget on page 342. My apologies, not 342, 409 appropriations.
Yes, sir.
On page 409, there's a spike in the 2020 amended on 3 different lines, and they're all, I suspect, related. One is 507010 retirement. One is 961256 IS medical retirees, and one is 96111260 IS dental insurance. What is the reason for this spike through the chair?
Mr. Chairman, the retirement lines often fluctuate as the pension system changes their chargeback amounts. It will also fluctuate in the actuals as we have elected in the past to pay down prior year pension amortization. Chargebacks for medical insurance will also fluctuate based on whether individual legislators select medical insurance or the type of plan. And as legislators have changed in mid-year outside of an election cycle, sometimes the actuals don't always match up with the budget, and it will also affect the subsequent year's budget.
Okay, thank you very much. And then my second question is on line, well, the salaries line, so 501000. Why is the 2021 request going up $61,000 through the chair?
The primary reason for the change in salaries really is the pay and step increases you see from year to year.
Okay, so that's just step increases through the chair?
The step increases, but also the increases associated with adjustments to our salary schedule. COLAs.
Of course, sorry. I in my mind, I always conflate the two, so my apologies. Thank you. And then I have a question, but I'm going to refrain. I guess I wrote down the wrong page number, so I can't refer you to page number. But if funds aren't spent in a line 1 year, so it's allocated, it's not spent in our department of the legislature, what happens to those funds at the end of the year?
Mr. Chairman, appropriations expire at the end of December 31st.
So there's no carryover through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, carry-forwards are limited to contracts that cross the calendar year, purchase orders that may roll forward for a good or service not yet received, and occasionally we will set up encumbrance reserves that's basically for a good or service that should have been procured, but for some unforeseen reason, the actual settlement will occur like in January, February, or March.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. I'm moving over now to the district attorney's office. So moving to page 347, and hopefully there's a representative from the office here. Under the accomplishments, one of the accomplishments discusses the assets forfeiture program. My question is, through the chair, how much funds were earned through that at the asset forfeiture program in 2022 date, through the chair?
Mr. Chairman, I do believe we have a representative, Ms. Dawn Staub from the district attorney's office on the line.
Yes, Dawn Staub from the district attorney's office, through the chair. Off the top of my head, we have not received any forfeiture funds thus far in 2020.
Thank you. And through the chair of the administration, and I'm assuming that, you know, that would be because there weren't no funds distributed. It's not because it's like a delay. Is that correct, through the chair?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, so it is what it is. Thank you. In terms of the Project Exile gun interdiction program that you're continuing participation in, can you describe that very briefly for me, please, through the chair?
Through the chair. Yes, it's a program that we have been involved in for several years, and it is an effective program in the community. It brings together several different partners in the crime prevention community, including state and local and federal partners.
Thank you. And through the chair, what are the metrics for determining how it is successful? Do you know, through the chair?
Through the chair, performance and all demographic information for Project Exile are maintained by the Rochester Police Department.
Okay, so I would have to follow up with them then. Is that correct, through the chair?
Through the chair, that's correct. They are the entity that maintains all data related to Project Exile.
Okay, thank you. And then I had a question about the 2021 objectives. And that was, one of the objectives is to, quote, expand our ability to analyze data from digital devices and social media to enhance prosecutions. My question is, what can we do now? What do we do now?
Through the chair, we have the ability to analyze just about any electronic device that exists. But as you can imagine, new software emerges on a fairly regular basis. And we take a look at those and see if they provide us with any additional analysis skills that we don't normally have in our repertoire of various software programs that we use to, say, look at video footage, surveillance video, security camera video, cell phone records, things of that nature.
So, unclear then. How then will the department enhance its ability moving forward for the 2021 objective? What is it that you can't do now that you wish to do, through the chair?
Through the chair, there's nothing in particular that comes to mind at the moment, but I'm certain if you were having a conversation with our digital team, and we have two folks that work full-time analyzing electronic data, they would probably be able to give you a laundry list of things. And if you're looking for specifics, I'd be happy to provide more to you before the budget vote.
Yes, I would appreciate that. If you could provide some more detail to what we can currently do and what is that we can't currently do that we wish to do through the chair. So if you could provide that before budget, that'd be great.
Through the chair, certainly.
Thank you. And then I had a question about the budget on page 349, and it's a simple one. Where would I find, and there are none for 2020, so I understand, where would I find the asset forfeiture program revenues in this budget through the chair? I'm assuming under revenue someplace.
Mr. Chairman, actually probably not on this page. Forfeitures go to a trust account for the district attorney. Trust accounts are not presented in the budget book.
Thank you. And through the chair of the administration, as a follow-up question, do we know how many trust accounts the district attorney office has?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the answer is 2, but I will look into that and respond accordingly.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, when you find out the correct answer, if there's 2 or whatever the number may be, if you could identify what those trust funds are used for and the amounts currently in those trust funds, I would appreciate that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And then my final question, and I'm sure it's a technical question, but on page 464, the Appeals Bureau.
He's got to say it when he...
Let me find it. I noticed that aside from central administration, so if you look at all the different offices in the district attorney's office, this office and the central administration office are the only ones with these 2 lines, 504-205 commercial services and 505-000 books and periodicals. Is there a reason for that, through the chair?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not certain of the reason why it's only in these 2 particular fund centers. I know what the costs are for, but not necessarily why they don't appear in other other fund centers.
Well, my question then really is, my assumption is that the other bureaus use the same use the same sort of funds, but they're probably charging out of the central administration, except for this one, is my guess.
That would be accurate, Mr. Chairman, but there must be a reason what makes Appeals Bureau special, and we'll look into that for you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd like to know. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I do want to give a special thank you to Dr. Mendoza and his team for all the work they've been doing over the past, well, my God, months, heading on a year now. The work has been amazing, and I hope we all continue to support him and follow his example. And when we're in public spaces with other individuals, we wear masks and all that good thing. I can't stress it enough. He's doing a wonderful job, and I'm so glad. I forget the exact year, but I'm so glad we hired him. And he may not recall, but at the time, there was a little bit of a kerfluffle about hiring Dr. Mendoza because he had another job at the time. And we were concerned whether or not he could handle the duties. I can only say Dr. Mendoza can definitely handle the duties. And if he has his other role as an administrator in the hospital, fine by me. And I regret any hesitation I may have had in supporting that hire. It was a good hire. So thank you. I will yield the floor.
Thank you, legislator. And at this time, Mr. Franklin, I have a few more questions for you, and I'm going to shift to human resources. To the administration, on page 428, appropriations, human resources, occupational exams, varied from 3,563 in 2019, actual to 13,643 in 2020, amended to 17,000 in 2021. Can you explain the reason for this variance?
Mr. Chairman, the primary reason for this variance is kind of a push from 2020 to 21. This particular line will go up and down every other year. It's up in the year that our town police departments and our office of the sheriff hold their civil service exams for an upcoming academy. So that is basically, and of course it wasn't held in 2020, Mr. Chairman, so it's kind of a push to the next year.
Okay, thank you. And again, sticking on page 428, to the administration, appropriations, human resources, professional services varied from 109,867 in 2019, actual to 185,700 in 2020, amended to 140,000 in 2021. Can you explain the reason for the variance?
Mr. Chairman, I can at least tell you that in the 2020 budget, we had originally included $15,000 for county-wide training activities that are not being requested in the 21 budget.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, these are basically overall the professional services fund, psychological evaluations, again, for our sheriff's office, both evaluations for hiring new cadets into the academy or for promotionals. It also funds the county's EAP program. We have to hire hearing officers for arbitrations and occasionally independent medical exams.
Okay.
The cost of psych evaluations has been kind of trending up over the past couple of years, not dramatically, just a little.
Okay. And again, on page 428, to the administration, appropriations, human resources, and other expense stands at $2,500 for 2021. Can you explain what is included within this line item?
Mr. Chairman, the expectation for the current and next year's budget is funding for employee service awards.
Okay. And again, on page 428, to the administration, appropriations, human resources, computer equipment, and equipment stand at 0 for 2021. Why do we not anticipate spending on these lines?
Mr. Chairman, there just wasn't a request either for the current year or the proposed budget year. I know you see expenses in 2019 that was really, I guess I'll put in the category of one-time expenses for new printers and office furniture, that you're just not seeing a request for next year.
Okay. And again, on page 428, to the administration, for appropriations, human resources, technical supplies are budgeted for $3,000 in 2021. Can you explain what is included within this line item?
Well, for this department, most departments, Mr. Chairman, almost always technical supplies relates to toner cartridges for our multifunction devices or specific ink cartridges if there is a person with an inkjet printer. That's the bulk of the explanation for most technical supplies.
Okay, and moving on to page 429, to the administration, appropriations, human resources, IS information services, chargeback line falls from $515,742 in 2020 and is amended to $444,283 in 2021. Can you explain the result for this decrease?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Human Resources had been requesting a significant amount of work on the ESS, MSS portion of SAP. For those listening, it's where we enter and approve employee time and attendance. There was significant amount of projects in 2018 and 2019 that finished up in 2020. So hopefully we can take a break for 21 and hopefully 22 as well.
Okay. And, I'm sorry, just looking here, just a question I had on page 428 to the administration, appropriations, human resources. What is being procured with the contractual services and the $140K in professional services?
Mr. Chairman, that would be psychological evaluations for our sheriff's office, both for new hires and promotions. We have an employee assistance program that costs $60,000 that we pay for. Hearing officers for arbitrations, and occasionally independent medical exams when needed.
Okay. And to the administration, at a previous committee, it was stated that the Human Resources Director does not have a take-home vehicle. So what accounts for the charge for fleet maintenance?
Mr. Chairman, it's likely a legacy charge or for departmental use of pooled vehicles.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Franklin. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
And at this time...
Legislator Marionetti.
Okay, Legislator Marionetti, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, just a few more questions I have relative to the Human Resources Department. I'm on page 610. Through the chair, under revenues, FADSS, looks like an increase from about 150,000 to 165,000. Through the chair, can you just explain the reason for that increase and also just how that revenue line is determined?
Mr. Chairman, this is our indirect cost allocation plan. Our controller's office staff updates this on an annual basis. There is a lag though, a 2-year lag. So the request for the 21 budget is based on prior year actuals. It's all tongue-tied. It's all mathematically derived based on the federal regulations around A80. It's called A87 cost, but it's our indirect cost allocation plan.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Franklin, no one can blame you for being tongue-tied at this point. Still on page 610 through the chair under revenues, fees. That goes from 102,000 2019 to 40,000 in 2020 and now to 90,000 for 2021. If you could just explain that, the variance in that number.
The primary reason for the variance is the every other year swing related to deputy sheriff hiring. So you're seeing an uptick now for 2021.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, the chargebacks relative to Human Resources Department to other county departments. What expense line items factor into the chargebacks? How is that chargeback calculated for that department? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I actually, it's been a long time since I've worked on the ICAP plan, but I can follow up the controller's office and respond.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, for this department, if you know, can you explain why the assistant personnel analyst position looks like it was eliminated for 2021? Through the chair.
One moment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we're comparing notes here. I think we're going to have to follow up.
Yeah. Okay, no problem. Through the chair on page 711, looks like there was a newly created staff assistant position. If you're able to now, are you able to provide a job description for that or explain the need for that new position?
I can.
Mr. Chairman, we do have our Deputy Director, Ms. Giuffrida, with us.
I have a list of duties, through the chair, excuse me. I have a list of duties for this position. Would that be helpful to you?
It would, through the chair. Thank you.
Sure. Through the chair, data analysis and research for labor union contract negotiations. We have 4 contracts that will be negotiated in 2021. So this will be a big assignment. Draft and prepare policies such as telework, COVID travel, drug testing, etc. Maintain and update HR documents on the web and the intranet. Work on contracts that are let through the Human Resources Department. We have a major one with an organization called GRIPA, which are advisors to our health insurance plans. We are looking at revamping new employee orientation, as well as revamping a leadership academy program that the county has had historically. This person is researching pay equity and providing general assistance to the deputy and the director on other special projects as needed. It's really an analyst position.
Okay, thank you for that, through the chair. And speaking of that, there may be some overlap, but it also looks like there's the new position of personnel analyst. Do you have similar information for that, through the chair?
Through the chair, I think that the new position of personnel analyst is a substitution for the assistant personnel analyst position that went away. In other words, one position in the office was upgraded because of a person was given additional analyst type duties.
I see. Okay, thank you. Through the chair, if I may, I have some questions relating to information services.
Please go ahead, Legislator Marinetti.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, I'm on page 204. For IS, and I apologize if it's already been mentioned, but due to COVID-19, for operation purposes, has there been steps taken for that department just to ensure the county employees are able to work both in the office and at home? I have to imagine that department particularly, it's probably important to take those steps, through the chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and we do have the Department Director, Chief Information Officer, Jennifer Kusi, with us.
Hi, this is Jennifer Kusi. Through the chair, yes, we've taken several measures to ensure that our workforce can still do their duties remotely. We've provided many licenses for Zoom, for example, and other products that allow for conferencing, video conferencing and collaboration. We've upped our licenses for external connectivity, our VPN connection, so that people can basically be at home either on their personal computer or on a work computer and log into the county network to access all their files, et cetera. Those are 2 primary ones that we've done, and those are essentially the requirements needed for people to work from home. We've also worked with departments on acquiring additional laptops and other equipment essential for people to work remotely.
Okay, thank you for that. Through the chair, on page 203, contractual services for IS, looks like it increased about $345,000. Can we have an explanation for that increase, through the chair?
Mr. Chairman, the bulk of the contractual increase relates to our costs for our network and SAP systems.
Okay. And on page 431, through the chair, it looks like there's an increase in salaries of about $250,000. Can we have an explanation for that? And if there were any new positions that are funded by this increase?
There are, Mr. Chairman. Again, in addition to the regular recurring pay and step increases, this department did add 3.5 FTEs, primarily as this department has taken over responsibility for some services provided to public safety, our MDT maintenance, our digital trunk radio system maintenance, and our 911 computer-aided dispatch maintenance.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, also on page 431, the increase of about 65,000 for overtime pay line. Is this due to any significant IT issues or anticipated issues or anything like that, through the chair?
It is, Mr. Chairman. It is anticipated for the time necessary for MDT maintenance and the public safety radio maintenance. Plus, staff are going to be beginning a PC refresh over at our community hospital.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Through the chair, similar question for this department with chargebacks to other county departments. If you have that information with you for expense line items, you may have to get back as well, through the chair.
The chargebacks from information services are not like the ICAP chargebacks. They're really charges to the user departments for those licenses using SAP, Microsoft Exchange, a whole host of shared systems. And in addition to that, a number of departments have special software products, databases that they rely on staff within information services to maintain. And those are all, I guess I'll call them direct billed. So basically it's measured time for that type of service.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, on page 203, there's 21,000 in miscellaneous revenue. Can you explain that or where that originates from, through the chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is a recurring revenue for the department. They lease space within our secure building 400 over at the airport, or at City Place. We have leases with the town of Greece and RGRTA. It's basically secure off-site data storage, backup storage for those entities.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, also on page 203, federal aid for IS, it dropped from 50,000 to 0. Is there a reason for this? Has it been eliminated? Was that some aid that wasn't pursued? And if so, why not, through the chair?
We did have, for the past couple of years, a Homeland Security, cybersecurity grant.
Do expect it to continue. I don't really know.
And Director Kusi says we do expect to be reapplying for that.
Okay. All right. Through the chair, just a few questions relating to the law department. I'm on page 206. It looks like child support enforcement, it was taken from reporting directly to administration, maybe to the family court section of the law department. If this is so, can I have an explanation for that, through the chair?
Not quite sounding familiar, Mr. Chair. I do want to confirm the page number.
Let's see, I might have had it wrong. I am on page 206.
Oh, I'm sorry, the organizational chart.
Yes.
Through the chair, this is County Attorney John Bringawat. I'm not aware that that's a change. The child support enforcement unit, to my understanding, has been treated as part of the family court unit historically, and they report to the first deputy county attorney.
Okay, thank you. On page 209, a major objective through the chair, it's continuing to prepare for Raise the Age. I believe this was in last year's budget as well. So if possible, through the chair, can we just have an update as to our preparation in regards to that?
Certainly, through the chair, the Raise the Age is formally implemented as a matter of law as of October of 2019. The age of criminal responsibility was fully raised to 18. What this objective refers to is our juvenile prosecutor's office continuing to adjust to that change, which obviously is a significant change for their operations, particularly Initially, there was a concern that it would result in an overwhelming potential burden of cases for our JPO. We haven't seen that, fortunately. But what we have seen, and that's because certain low-level offenses are being diverted without being referred to our office. What we are seeing, though, understandably, consistent with the objectives of Raise the Age, is that we're getting more serious crimes for 16 and 17-year-olds coming through our juvenile prosecutor's office. For example, gun possession charges. We've had some armed robberies recently. So with that, our office is just, this refers to that adjustment as they see more serious charges. For example, dealing with additional records, more voluminous evidence that comes with that. Other changes in the law that are following from Raise the Age. For example, the governor just signed last week a law requiring videotaped interrogation in juvenile cases. So we're continuing, Raise the Age is the law of New York State now, but we're continuing to adjust to the changes that have come from that.
Understood. Thank you for that. Through the chair, on page 210, it looks like net county support is up around $100,000. Can we have an explanation for that?
Mr. Chairman, for an explanation of why net county support is increasing, I guess I would turn your attention more towards the back of the book, pages 426 and 427, that more thoroughly describes the changes going on within the law department. I would also direct your attention to the revenue section, page 609. One significant change in law department revenues relates to hotel motel tax. Monroe County is foregoing its $80,000 in administrative fees, both in finance department and the law department. Certainly, as the economy rebounds and hotel occupancy also rebounds, we will be reinstituting that revenue back to finance and law.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think that's all the questions I have for right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Legislator Marionetti.
Legislator DeFlorio.
Legislator DeFlorio, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could continue, just I'm sort of on that line of questioning through the chair to the administration on the law department appropriations. And I'm assuming some of these questions that I have sort of fall under what you were just saying, Mr. Franklin, but on page 426, accrued salaries, line item fell from over 50,000 to 0. So if you could explain that decrease.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's a year-end accounting entry that the Controller's Office posts to account for pay periods that cross the calendar year and are owed. So it's just a year-end accounting entry. Understood.
Okay, so moving down that page, under temporary help, there's a raise from over 100,000 in 2019 to almost 150,000, and then up again to 160,000 in 2021. So you could explain what's the trend is going on there.
Mr. Chairman,
through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, the trend really from the current year's budget to the 21 request reflects a change in New York State. I guess it's either regulation or a law, but basically pensioners who take part-time jobs back with the county previously could only earn $30,000 a year, but that's been increased to $35,000. This is really reflective of that change.
I'm sorry, through the chair. So just to make sure I'm understanding, so the allocation is higher because you can hire temporary help for longer periods of time? Is that,
Mr. Chairman, basically, yes, we have part-time investigators and also process service in the law department. And the fact that those part-timers are retirees The fact that the state has changed their ability to earn more with the county, they can work additional hours for the law department.
Okay, thank you. And then through the chair, the appropriations law training, non-computer training rose from 0 up to a little over 3,000 in 2021. Can you let me know what's going on there?
Through the chair, this is County Attorney John Bringawat. That is a line item to allow the law department to provide some CLE training for its attorneys, although there are some, there's not been a general allotment for that. I know the city law department, for example, offers actually, I believe, significantly more than that, but we wanted to be able to offer some training to our attorneys to help them maintain their professional certification and also help them maintain, remain up to date in their fields.
Great, thank you. And then continuing the prep of legal transcript rose from a little over 21,000 in 2019 to almost over 36,000 in 2021. Can you explain the reason for the increase here? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, realizing that 2019 actuals are significantly lower, it really is reflective of the work that is required. The budgets anticipate a certain amount of transcripts or transcription. The fact that 2019 was less is probably an artifact of just a lower need in that particular year.
Thank you. And then under professional services, the variation from 2019, which was 170,000 to now over 440,000. Or I'm sorry, it went up to 440,000 and now it's 409,000 in 2021.
Mr. Chairman, the decrease really is attributable to canceling our lobbying contract. We have an attorney on staff with significant experience in that area, so felt we could have a budgetary savings in that regard. Why the costs were not incurred? I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, it was like 170,000 in 2019 and now it's 409,000.
Mr. Chairman, I'm certain the budget for 2019 was significantly higher than 169,000. I'll grab that detail, or I can pull it up during another question.
Okay.
We always
Maybe
take that.
I looked at it wrong.
Introducing Boost Mobile's all-new shrinking plan. The longer you stay, the less you pay. Start at just $45 per month. After 3 on-time payments, your bill shrinks to $40 per month. Then bam! After 3 more on-time payments, your bill drops to just $35.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it on page 426. It says 169,994.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I just pulled up the 2019 budget for professional services, $507,050. So quite a savings the law department was able to achieve in the 2019 calendar year.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I pulled up the 2019 budget on my computer, and the 2019 budget was for $507,050. So looking from budget to budget, we are actually seeing a decline in the amount of professional services appropriations being requested between the 3 budgets, 19, 20, and 21.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, why the budget of $507,000 was not needed to be spent? Certainly, a lot of this appropriations are for outside counsel. That would include expert witnesses in a variety of fields. Monroe County is sued each year by a number of individuals, and the law department will bring in specific counsel or witnesses relative to their experience in defending Monroe County. So if there was, for whatever reason, a lower need for outside counsel or expert witness, expert medical testimony, that was an appropriation savings in that particular year.
We're saving the earth very, very seriously, which is great. Can't imagine having this much fun. You thinking about coming to work?
The legislator?
Don't tell Lily, okay?
Take it out for the night.
Thanks, Tracy.
Are you guys planning on punching some holes in that box?
I think we lost Legislator DeFlorio. So if you'll just hold a second. On my screen, it's frozen.
Just rejoining the meeting.
I'm back.
All right.
You didn't want to answer any more of my questions, did you, Mr. Franklin?
All right, legislator, did you hear his answer, or
I
are you
did.
ready?
So I'm not sure. I just want to make sure I understood you correctly, and I think I did. So in 2019, 500,000 was budgeted, but way less was used. So we're actually budgeting less this year than we did in 2019. We just used a lot less in 2019 for some reason.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Awesome. Thank you. So continuing down that page under transportation equipment, that was 0 in 2019 and now it's more?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is a purchase of a vehicle. We have part-time staff that are process servers. The budget in 2020 was not spent, so this is actually a push to 21.
Thank you. And then on the next page, on page 227, allocation for vehicles, similar.
Through the chair.
Through the chair, sorry. There was 170 amended in 2020.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any notes regarding
what that
$170. I can tell you what it is, because the line allocation, activity allocation for vehicles, that would have been from our Department of Environmental Services. They must have did some maintenance work in law department, drove a van over, and because they grabbed that van, they put through their work order and activity allocation.
Got it. Thank you. Through the chair, can you tell me what instances would an employee receive overtime in the law department?
Through the chair, this is the county attorney. It would be relatively rare, but in the event of, for example, an emergency filing that required work over the weekend.
Thank you. And through the chair, could you elaborate on what is procured with professional services and commercial services?
Mr. Chairman, the bulk of our professional services relate to outside counsel or expert witness, medical testimony. With respect to commercial services, primarily this would relate to Well, one of the big ones is Iron Mountain storage boxes. The law department generates a lot of files that go to Iron Mountain. They are all boxed up. It also includes a charge from our shredder service for document destruction, delivery services, which could include FedEx, and the actual copy charges when we need to request from physician offices somebody's medical records for legal defense.
Oh, thank you. And it doesn't have to be this evening, obviously, but could you provide us with a 5-year average of actual spending for professional services?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And through the chair, could you just explain briefly, and I think you may have done this earlier, but the difference between technical supplies, I think what you said was like toner, et cetera, versus office supplies, that would be everything else, is that?
Mr. Chairman, I bet you no one in the world can give you a great definition because I've probably asked the same question almost once a year for maybe 5 of the past 7 years. But almost exclusively technical supplies would relate to toner cartridges or inkjet cartridges or more. I don't know why they're different from office supplies. It's a question of
okay.
A question of bureaucratic government, I guess.
Want to know. Okay, thank you. And then through the chair, can you explain why computer software applications is increasing?
I know what it is. Mr. Chairman, yes, that's basically the purchase of Adobe Pro licenses, Zoom licenses, or WebEx as they move more towards virtual meetings.
Thank you. And then through the chair, training non-computer was 0 in 2019 and has now increased over 3,000 in 20. I think it was 0 in 2020 as well, if I'm understanding my scribble correctly.
Through the chair, this is the county attorney. Correct. That's the continuing legal education training that I referred to before.
Oh, thank you. Yep, thank you. And through the chair, at a previous committee meeting, it was stated that the county attorney does not have a take-home vehicle, but there is a fleet maintenance charge here as well.
Yeah, and I know I made that statement, Mr. Chairman. I could have sworn the last county attorney had a vehicle. I'm told he did not. But there may be allocations from fleet related to the department's use of pooled vehicles. You know, they do have a vehicles that for their process servers and their part-time investigators. That could also relate to that as well.
Thank you. And then moving into revenue, on page 609, if you need a minute to get there, if you could explain what compromises tax and assessment services?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, that account is based on attorney hours for work provided to Real Property Tax Service. When we charge that cost through real property below the line, we use this revenue account, tax and assessment service.
Thank you. And on that same page, through the chair, if you could explain what charges to authorities are.
That's Mr. Chairman, the Monroe County Airport Authority for the law work that our law department provides to the authority. It's a flat fee charge on an annual basis.
Thank you. And then through the chair, a couple of personnel questions. So on page 714, through the chair, can you explain the need for and provide the job description for the newly created Council for Intergovernmental Relations?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Can you ask that question one more time, please?
Certainly. if you could explain through the chair the need for and job description of the newly created Council for Intergovernmental Relations.
Through the chair, this is the county attorney. That position fills a need within the law department and county government generally for someone dedicated to serve as a liaison with our partners at other levels of government. Mr. Franklin actually referred to this individual before and work on CARES funding and other issues. So with a special focus on the state of New York, Mr. Franklin also referenced having this individual on board allowed us to cancel our lobbying contract and save some funds there.
Understood. And so as a follow-up question through the chair, what division will this person be working under? Is it administration, general, or general law?
Through the chair, part of the administrative division.
Okay, thank you. And then just out of curiosity, through the chair, do other counties, surrounding counties, maintain a similar position? I mean, is this something other counties do, I guess?
Mr. Chair, I'm certain other counties lobby state and federal delegations, whether they have their lobbyist on staff as an attorney or whether they outsource. I'm not sure we know.
Okay, thank you. Just curious. And then one last question for me. Through the chair, can you explain the need for the additional Deputy County Attorney 1 position, or is this a reallocation of the Deputy County 2 title?
Through the chair, this is the county attorney. You're correct, legislator. It's an abolish and create. It's abolishing a deputy 2 to create a deputy 1. The reason for that proposal is to promote a long tenured attorney in our Children's Services Department which is our largest group, who's taken on a supervisory role this year. And so her duties are now more consistent with the description of a Deputy County Attorney 1 rather than a Deputy County Attorney 2.
Thank you. And that's it for me for now.
Thank you, Legislator DeFlorio.
This is Legislator Brew.
Legislator Brew, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jumping over to the Office of Public Integrity. I have some appropriation related questions. On page 474, appropriations, Office of Public Integrity, commercial services rises from 66 in 2019 to 3,600 in 2020, amended to 5,521 in 2021. Through the chair, can you explain this variance?
Mr. Chairman, part of this variance relates to the fact that in prior budget, it was requested in account 504320, professional services. There were a number of costs in prior years budgeted against professional services that just weren't professional in nature, and we've worked with them to move them to a more appropriate general ledger account.
Okay, thank you. On page 474, again, appropriations, Office of Public Integrity, professional services varies from 9,360 in 2019, actual to 16,465 in 2020, amended to 15,697 in 2021. Through the chair, can you explain the reason for this variance?
Mr. Chairman, professional services used by public integrity primarily relate to outside auditing or legal counsel. Their budgets for this have fluctuated from time to time based on the other budgetary needs. I think everyone knows at the start of budget season, we try to assess targets, spending targets for each department. And as they have needs in other areas, they may use this outside legal and auditing line as a way to adjust for other spending needs.
Okay, thank you. And another question on page 474, again, Office of Public Integrity membership stood at 500 in 2019 actual, and in 2019 actual, and 2020 amended and rises to 995 in 2021. Through the chair, is this the result of new memberships or increased fees?
Mr. Chairman, I do know that all the staff within Public Integrity Office are now accredited by the Officer of Inspector General's accrediting agency or office. I do know also, though, the chief's membership had the auditor's membership had previously been budgeted as a professional services, and that needed to be corrected.
Okay, thank you. And let me see, one final question to the chair. I understand the county is not retaining Chief Moore. I've always had a great deal of respect for David Moore, and I understood he did a fine job in running that office. And I'm wondering if the county could explain why they are not retaining Chief Moore, please.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. The observation is correct. That position has been posted, and I am not positive, but I do believe Chief Moore has applied. A decision has not been made definitively whether Chief Moore will be reappointed for another term or replaced with another individual.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes my questions regarding the Office of Public Integrity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Legislator DeFlorio?
Legislator DeFlorio, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions now for the Monroe County Clerk's Office. And my first question, through the chair, deals with the narration portion on 336 is listed major accomplishment with regard to staff retention and recruitment. And I believe you may have mentioned that some of those initiatives have sort of been a little bit delayed because of COVID this year, but I'm kind of curious whether, because it sounded like you had at least initiated some of the Zoom training, and whether any of that, if you had seen any improvement as a result of that training. Improvement in retention, I should say. It's getting late.
And certainly, Mr. Chairman, I would like to defer to our county clerk, Ms. Romeo.
Sure, this is Rebecca Keiko speaking with the clerk. The biggest areas that we focused on this year were improving salaries. That we discovered was the primary reason why we were not able to retain personnel for longer than a couple of months, sometimes at most for some folks. So we had a diligent effort on increasing that level. We also focused on some staff development, as we've discussed earlier with the diversity EDU project that we were working on. We also have some general just review of staffing levels and how to recruit better. So we've been working with Access VR to work with some folks who are looking to get into the workforce and have some incredible skills, but weren't necessarily given the opportunity to enter the workforce. And we've had some incredible success working with that agency and DePaul with them. So that's really where our focus has been is the recruitment, retention, and the salaries. And this is going to be an ongoing process. This is County Clerk Romeo through the chair. This has been an extension of initiatives that started with the previous administration that we're continuing forward with.
Thank you. And I look forward to hearing more accomplishments next year. So thank you for that. Through the chair, I know our office, my office, me personally, have received numerous complaints from constituents regarding long wait times for DMV appointments, long wait times for pistol permit applications, and delays with transaction times for other business that quite frankly, our taxpayers expect to get in a timely fashion. So I was a little dismayed not to see decreasing those wait times as a major objective in 2021. And I'm wondering if you've kind of got any thoughts on how we're going to perhaps look to do that. Obviously, our situation isn't, in terms of the pandemic, isn't going away anytime soon. So I hoping that we're doing something to help alleviate some of those wait times.
This is County Clerk Romeo through the chair, and to be completely honest, COVID-19 has created lots of delays, and we are anticipating creating further delays. We had a mandated 3.5 month shutdown where the state of New York closed all DMVs, which led to a lot of extensions of documents, but also a significant backlog for a very populated county like Monroe County. We also have, while we are still under executive order, we are only allowed to operate if we operate under an appointment-only system, and we are continuing to maintain the balance of what is safe and appropriate to secure the health of our staff, with in addition to meeting this growing need that we know we haven't been able to get through that entire backlog. We do have a number of metrics that shows we've either met our performance from last year, including auto dealer work through our DMVs, where we are at the similar numbers of what we've performed last year without a COVID-19 imposition. In addition to, in our pistol permits department, we have actually outperformed. We have processed more applications this year than what we had processed at this moment in time from the previous cycle. So what we are trying to do is that anytime there is any constituent concern, we are imploring any elected office or public agency to contact our office. We know that we've been able to troubleshoot any problems. We've developed a fleet services pipeline specifically to deal with any organizations or people that are going through commercial renewals or registrations in order to meet their needs in a timely fashion. We have continued to work on our mail-in transactions and promoting the state's online transactions. Some of the issues we're currently facing is that because we are an agent of the state of New York, we are required to meet all of their obligations, but a lot of the questions regarding DMV particularly come to us, and we are not mandated or required to have a call center. The closure has created many more additional questions, and quite frankly, we have been required to take people off of transaction work to deal with questions and troubleshooting things because we know the state has not been responsive enough to our customers' needs. And that's one of the areas where we can't make any commitments about reducing wait times. We do know that we have been able to significantly reduce the turnaround for mail-in transactions when they are sent to us. When they are sent to New York State or the Utica Processing Center, it's not our jurisdiction, so we can't necessarily address that. But we are trying to caution everybody with the extension of some expired documents, with the extension of the federal real IDs in October 2021. It is more likely that the waits will become longer than shorter because of COVID-19. And we are trying to let people to ask them to exercise patience, to work with us through any of their problems, and to also utilize the mail-in, remote, or online options when possible.
Thank you. So I guess as a follow-up, because I mean, it sounds like a lot of these issues you're saying are due to some state mandates, and I'm wondering if you have joined in with any of the other county clerks around the state to advocate some changes in the way business is being done. You know, you've done any advocating with the state. Other businesses, you know, during that time frame have opened up to more in-person transactions, DSS, other, you know, county agencies, as well as, you know, private agencies. But the DMV was not able to. So I'm just wondering what kind of advocating to the state perhaps was done. Through the chair. I don't know if I said that.
Through the chair, our current appointment system right now, through all 4 of our branches, takes about 1,000 appointments a day. We are processing all of those in addition to mail-in work and also managing a call center. We also have an appointment system that books about 90 days out, so we know that they're getting booked up very quickly as soon as they become available. I can speak for myself personally. I know I am in contact with the state commissioner's office several times a week. Currently, right now, there are 2 online transactions that we have been lobbying the state to open up to Monroe County residents. They're currently available only in state-run DMV counties. That is counties where county clerks do not run the DMVs. Those are for new vehicle registrations and transfers and learner's permit testing. Those counties have had access to this since October. We do not have a timeline on when we will be able to have access to them. We do get a portion of the revenue from online transactions. Right now, we're outperforming where we were. Actually, we're outperforming the entire fiscal year of 2020 or 2019. There's about $300,000 that'll be coming back to the county just from our share of the online transactions. So the only thing I can really say is that while there are some limitations from the governor's executive orders, we are asking for a few additional tools from the Commissioner's Office for State DMVs. We're also asking for as much support that we can have from our partners in government and in the community to really ask people to exercise caution with the transactions that they need. If it's something that they can time out or they can schedule at a later date, can they take advantage of an online option or a mail-in option? There are lots of reasons right now where we know we're having a robust conversation about what you need to leave the house for and what you don't. And we're trying to ask people to go through that same exercise when they're looking at their DMV's needs as well, because we are finding more ways to meet people's needs without just an in-person visit.
So kind of on that note, through the chair, if I could ask, because this obviously has been another issue for particularly those of us that represent constituents in the suburbs, and that is our mobile DMV offices. There's a lot of, elderly constituents and things coming to some of the larger offices in Henrietta and Greece and Arundecoit are not necessarily conducive or convenient. So I'm wondering what the status is of getting those mobile DMVs back open. Through the chair.
Through the chair, right now, we do not have any plans on reopening mobile DMVs in the beginning half into the spring of 2021. We would have to reduce the number of appointments that we currently provide right now. We would not be able to provide the level of work that we do right now if we had to utilize the mobile DMVs that have shorter hours that would create a number of additional expenses for security and sanitizing, and also take people out of our centralized offices. We spent a significant amount of resources in working with some CARES dollars to put in acrylic barriers and a number of other protections for our staff and for the customers, so that we can make sure that in DMVs, the risk of contracting a virus is very low as long as people are wearing their mask and following proper social distancing rules. It is much harder to do that in a mobile DMV setting, which is basically setting up in a conference room. And we are not prepared to move into that step, given that it would be an additional risk for our staff and reduce the amount of appointments that we provide right now. We have found much more efficiencies with centralizing into our 4 fixed locations, which also allows us to build a more robust mail option as well. We really are trying to encourage folks that can to send in those remote transactions through the mail. It may take a week or 2, but it avoids that trip. And that, again, goes to the other conversation about looking at our DMV needs and making sure we're planning and timing those out accordingly.
Thank you. Moving on to appropriations then, through the chair, on page 337, the cause of the almost $100,000 increase in professional services, being proposed in the 2021 budget. If you could elaborate on that. Did I say personnel services? I'm not sure if I did or not, through the chair. Getting tired.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I did not understand, was it personnel or professional services?
Personnel. Sorry, I may have misspoke.
Mr. Chairman, the change in personnel services, at least in terms of salaries, that is the routine pay and step increases. There are some adjustments to temporary help. Part of that is the fact that there's an increase in our salary schedules to $12.50 related to minimum wage. The clerk's office is also creating a part-time recording clerk, but they are abolishing an offsetting position for that as well. With respect to overtime charges within personnel services, unless County Clerk Romeo knows the specific request for the increase in overtime, I'll defer.
Sure. The increase in overtime is something that has been building for a number of years. Frankly, in several years ago, our staff was told by some previous team members, administrative members, that they were not permitted to take overtime, even if they worked the actual hours. So that was one of the first things that we did when we came in, is we changed that policy. So naturally, that's going to increase the overtime that we have. In addition, as we continued to struggle with the losing of resources, the losing of staff, the work was still there. We have continuously been trying to catch up for a number of years. So that overtime is simply meant to get us to ground zero. Most recently, this year, what we have been doing is focusing on a very large project for digitizing all of our records. A couple of years ago, we noticed in our basement that there was a pile of film that was just sort of cascading into one of our conference rooms, and no one really knew what that film was or where it belonged or whether we needed to keep it. So we took on a very large scale project to figure out what the film was that we had, what the condition was, and then determined to digitize it into a better, more modern version of retention of documentation. So that process has taken us some time to get not only the film digitized into a better format, but also the uploading, the indexing, and the verification of all of those records is a significant, huge undertaking. We're talking about hundreds of thousands, millions of documents that we're dealing with. And so that's what we've been pushing people to start working on, to really modernize this office and get some of that old film that we were going to permanently lose those records if we didn't do something with them. And in addition to work, we needed to at least pay people minimum wage through the chair.
Thank you. And through the chair on page 337, can you tell me what projects or initiatives are causing the increase in appropriations for the downtown operations budget of almost $89,000?
Through the chair, that's in large part of what we just talked about. Digitizing records has not always been a priority of the office. We know up until some time ago, there was still film being produced from records, which is not a long-term sustainable archive. And as one of the core functions of this office is the maintenance of those records. There is a significant, we have a lot of catching up to do to get up to date with digitizing the records from the film and the books that we have. So that is an extension of everything that we had previously discussed through the chair.
Okay, thank you. And if you could, through the chair on page 337, the capital lease appropriations is decreasing from almost 4,000 to 0 in the 2021 budget. Could you explain that, please, through the chair?
Through the chair, that was a previous question that we were asked, I believe.
I was wondering if that was, but I wasn't quite sure.
Question there. That has been asked and answered.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't quite sure because I wasn't on the same page you were when you asked it, Legislator Broth, so. Through the chair, on page 435, if you could explain the 39,000 increase in temporary help for the downtown operations. Is that digitizing the film as well, or is that something else?
The chair, that is primarily accounting for the increase in wages. So we anticipated an increase. We knew this year that we were paying below state minimum wage, and we've continued throughout this year paying below state minimum wage. So that was just an accounting to bring us back into compliance with state levels.
Okay, and so those are temporary help would be the ones getting the minimum wage. Got it. And I'm assuming then it's the same thing for the Auto License Bureau office on page 437 for the chair.
Through the chair, that's correct.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then through the chair on page 437, if you could explain the increase in commit item 504-340 rental of space. Can you tell me is the DMV paying increased rent, or is there a new DMV location that's being planned with this increase?
Through the chair, so last year there was the opening of the 4th location downtown. However, this increase is the regular scheduled contract increase for our Greece location. Most of our contracts for the 4 branches within their rental agreements have steps built into it.
Got it. Thank you. And through the chair on page 435, mileage is budgeted for the downtown operations. So I know you indicated that a lot of the DMV, the mobile DMV and outreach events are canceled. So I'm just curious, are you planning on utilizing this, or was that budgeted a pre-pandemic extension?
Through the chair, that's just budgeted anticipation of some things progressing to normal. If we're able to go to community events to either for pistol permits or passport applications or other things. But for the auto license bureau side, for others, we do have mileage reimbursement because we often, as one of our staffing situations, we will reimburse for mileage when staff have to go and cover staff shortages between branch locations.
Thank you. Makes sense. And through the chair on page 435, commit item 505040 is decreasing to 0. So it had been over 17,000, it looks like, and then it dropped down to 0 for equipment. So I'm wondering why the drop and what this equipment line is typically used for.
Chairman, we can find out what the cost expense in 2019 was for. Primarily equipment in this particular line relates to office equipment or general office equipment. The fact that there's no budget reflects no desire to replace any equipment for next year.
Okay. Thank you. And then through the chair on page 437, computer equipment stood at 105,000+ in 2019, and then fell down to 22,000, and is now down to 10,000 this year. So if you could explain the reason for the decrease through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, this particular line in 2019 related to the replacement of their Q-Matic system and other New York State related equipment for the DMV office. Going into 2021 proposed budget, there are really no upgrades planned for that Q-Matic system. New York State equipment needs to be replaced or refreshed in 21, but that has a minor cost, more like $10,000.
Okay, thank you. And then a couple of revenue questions for the county clerk's office. So through the chair, and I know that Ms. Romeo had indicated that an amount for online transactions that we've received, a record amount, but I know that that is only a portion of what we would normally get if people were actually doing those same transactions in the DMV office themselves. So I'm wondering if we're anticipating revenues to fall for the DMV, and whether the revenue projections are, I guess, realistic in this area.
At the risk of putting words in our county clerk's mouth, all revenue projections are expected to be realistic. The fact that AOB fees are budgeted at 4.9 million, consistent with the 2020 budget, is more of a reflection of the extension of the Real ID through October 1st of 2021. So anticipating the fact that some people did not come in this year, we will see them next year.
Through the chair, I just want to echo everything Mr. Franklin just said, and that's one of the reasons why, especially to keep the foot traffic at a safe level, we're trying to encourage others to find other transactions where they have other opportunities to avoid a trip in. That'll allow us to prioritize things that require a visit in, like the Real ID, which we know there's going to be that if anyone wants to take a commercial flight, assuming we can all board flights more easily in October 2021, they're going to have to come through and get the Real ID in person through our offices.
And actually, if I could ask a correction or a follow-up question on that, you can also utilize a passport, right? So you don't have to have a Real ID if you already have a passport. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And so that transaction could also then be done in the mail. So somebody doesn't have to come into the office to get a Real ID, correct?
Well, we do process passport transactions here at the downtown office, not through our DMVs, but there are multiple outlets somebody could go through and get a passport at.
Thank you. And I believe that's all the questions I have, so thank you.
Thank you, Legislator DeFlorio.
Legislator Brew, if I could, please.
Okay, Legislator Brew, I'm going to give you the floor in just a second. I'm just going to bring the committee up to date on a couple of things. I know I've heard from a couple of legislators that have a few more questions that they want to ask and follow up with. So we're gonna go through those questions, and then we're gonna look to have a motion to suspend the rules and continue after midnight, and then after that we'll move into referrals. So I just wanted to give everyone an update where we're at and where we're going. So Legislator Brew, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Delahanty. I have a couple of follow-up questions here. And through the chair, could the administration please provide job descriptions for all new positions reflected in the proposed 2021 budget?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that response.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The response was yes?
I'm not muted.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, please provide a list of all take-home vehicles and the personal titles associated with those vehicles.
Mr. Chairman, we've already expressed we are compiling that information.
Thank you very much. That concludes my follow-up questions. I yield the floor.
Okay, thank you, Legislator Brew. And just a couple of follow-up questions from me. Mr. Franklin,
Yes,
we're
Mr.
going to be
Chairman.
going into Department of Public Safety, and through the chair, or to the administration, on page 292, the final bullet under 2020 major accomplishments is difficult to understand. Enhanced services are provided, such as electronic monitoring for 16 and 17-year-old matters and intensive case management. Can someone explain the meaning of the phrases 16 and 17-year-old matter and adjusted youth?
Mr. Chairman, we do have representatives from our Public Safety Office. Chief Tantillo and his management team are on the line.
Thank you.
Hi, Director Tantello here. I'm going to see if I can defer to Chief Ball of the Probation Department. Talk about that particular program. Chief Ball, are you on? I was waiting for Chief Ball to weigh in, but in order to move forward with that, certainly the responsibility of monitoring 16 and 17-year-olds and moving forward with that, especially with the raise the age legislation that took place and increased the responsibilities of probation to monitor those young persons in need of some direction and supervision, and working closely with the Monroe County Family Court is the driving force behind that particular goal and objective.
All right, thank you. To the administration, on page 445 under Appropriations, Public Safety, Stop DWI, Traffic Safety, Appropriations for Agency Contracts, falls from 499,544 amended 2020 to 242,980 in 2021. To the administration, can you explain the reason for this decline?
Mr. Chairman, in this particular page 445 is heavily weighted by grant funding. Our appropriations for agency contracts really pertain to law enforcement grants to municipalities. I believe this legislator has voted on or is in process of voting on a couple, Operation Stone Garden, for example. This also appropriation accounts for our pretrial diversion and weekend sentencing program and our victim impact panel and the security provided by Rochester Police. I believe you will see throughout 21 particular line item being amended for additional funding that would come before the legislature.
And to the administration, so we're not offering as much as prior years?
Mr. Chairman, because this particular program is so heavily funded by grants, and those grants and DWI funding comes to this county. These budgets will be amended during 2021.
Okay, thank you. And next to the administration, on page 445, appropriations, public safety, stop DWI traffic safety. Groceries are budgeted for $2,250 in 2021. Through the, to the administration, can you explain why these are being purchased?
Mr. Chairman, those primarily are refreshments for our victim impact panel and the different victim impact panel events that are hosted.
Okay. And also on page, to the administration on page 445, appropriations, public safety, stop DWI, traffic safety. Appropriations for other expenses are approximately 10% of the entire contractual services budget in the division. To the administration, what will these funds be used for?
Mr. Chairman, these are primarily appropriations that fund a variety of expenses for the Stop DWI programs. They have a number of high school mini grants that are offered. They actually host a DVD contest. They meet with high school students and purchase specific giveaways to encourage their attendance and items like that.
Thank you. And to the administration, public safety, at the Public Safety Committee meeting, you stated that a portion of what was appropriated for public safety, safety and security, commercial services, was for additional services by Syracuse. I'm not sure how that's pronounced. For temperature screenings. Okay, thank you. For temperature screenings in county buildings. You also stated that we would soon be implementing walk-up temperature scanners. Will this impact the number of additional security guards we need in each building?
I certainly hope so, Mr. Chairman. That would be my intention of purchasing the walk-up temperature scanners.
Thank you. And my final question to the administration on page 459, appropriations, public safety, weights and measures. Appropriations for equipment increased roughly $20,000 from 2020 to 2021. To the administration, can you explain the reason for this decrease?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as I explained at the Public Safety Committee, there was a request to purchase I forget what exact name of it's called, but it's the new provers. They are used for the testing of gas pumps and diesel pumps. This prover system fits on the back of a pickup truck bed, and it replaces the need to have individually carried 5-gallon provers. And by avoiding the need to carry those 5-gallon individual provers by the inspectors, the intent is to reduce, if not eliminate, the potential for back strain.
Thank you. Those are all my questions that I have. I know Legislator Brew has a few questions he would like to ask. Go ahead, Legislator Brew, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman Delahanty. For starters, on page, this is for the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, and on page 479, appropriations, Sheriff Police Bureau, appropriations for law enforcement / safety supplies, item number 505075, decrease from 2020, amended of 141,569 to 39,000 in 2021. Through the chair, can you explain this decrease?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Would Under Sheriff Brown like to take this, or would you like me to take this?
This is Under Sheriff Brown. I can take it. It's just we had obviously a large increase in PPE this year, so that's really was our public safety PPE is why the budget went up so much.
All right. Thank you. And through the chair, can you provide greater details on the 220 amended appropriations, i.e. that was purchased, their intended use, etc.
This is the undersheriff. I'm going to let Bob Franklin answer that.
Excellent, sure. This particular line item in 2020 amended budget included $43,000 related to grants. The items purchased relate to the sheriff's SWAT team, their bomb explosives crew. This particular appropriation also funds the purchase of ammunition, evidence bags. The decline from the 2020 amended related to PPE is roughly $52,000.
Mr. Franklin, are you still there?
Was there greater detail requested, Mr. Chairman?
Through the chair, no, and thank you. The next question through the chair, will law enforcement be without any necessary equipment due to this decrease?
Mr. Chairman, the decrease is related to the 2020 amended budget having $43,000 in grant funding, plus the additional items expressed by Undersheriff Brown.
Thank you. On page 484, appropriations, court security salary stood at $7,844,000 and overtime stood at $203,000 in 2020 amended, both an increase from 2019 actual. Through the chair, in light of the global pandemic closing down courts for much of the last year, can you explain how the duties of the court deputies changed during these closures?
This is the undersheriff. The court deputies had to assist with public safety, building, controlling access, because in the height of this, we were using them to help screening at the public safety building, which took away from their court duties as the court was down. So we used their staff to man the COVID command post that we had here and to help out at OEM with the COVID command post. So using those caused overtime, and that's why the budget went up this year for that.
Oh, okay. Good answer, and thank you very much. And through the chair, can you explain how overtime increased in the county security division, the court security division in a year where courts were widely closed due to COVID-19? And you may have partially answered that.
Yeah, this is the undersheriff. It's really the same answer. I'm not sure you're looking for something different.
No, I'm just looking at the overtime and its increase for the court security division, and just where the courts were closed most of the year due to COVID-19. Why did the overtime increase? That was what my question.
Yeah, so we really use the court deputies to help supplement all the other bureaus, especially with some of these extra posts that came up because of COVID with the sheriff's office. So we were staffing out at the public safety training center. We were staffing here, using screening, doing things like that. So we really use them to help supplement all the other areas of the sheriff's office, so that we can still maintain all the functions of patrol and the jail. And
very good. On page 46 again, under appropriations, Sheriff Staff Services Bureau law enforcement uniforms are budgeted for $183,000. Through the chair, it is my understanding that this division does not include ununiformed police officers. So can you explain what these funds are being used for?
Make that motion. You have a budget for uniforms, so what you want to know why they're using it? The staff services. I mean, for a quartermaster, you have uniforms. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're asking about the uniform budget for the quartermaster, because the quartermaster runs out of our staff services unit, so they're the ones that buy the uniforms for the sheriff's office.
My question isn't specific to quartermasters. It's uniformed police officers.
Right, so that budget line in staff services is the one that's outfitting all the uniforms for the entire sheriff's office.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let me see. That concludes my questions for the sheriff's office. Thanks to you
wanna
folks
interrupt?
over in the sheriff's office. Appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to respectfully request that the specific members of the Ways and Means Committee turn their video on.
It's up to you. I mean,
Mr. Chairman, I've been on this video all night. I would like to respectfully request that all members of this committee turn their video on so I may see them. Mr. Chairman, is Legislator Terp participating in this meeting?
Yes, he is.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, if, you know, I can't compel the legislators to turn on their screens, but if they want to, please feel free to.
You are the chairman. Thank you.
Okay, why don't you go?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, is it possible that we could have just a quick roll call vote to ensure we have all members of the Ways and Means Committee here in the room?
if you want to do the suspension of the rules as a roll call.
Yeah, why don't we do, okay, here's my suggestion. Why don't we do the suspension of the rules, and we'll do it as a roll call vote.
So this would be a motion to suspend the rules of the legislature to allow the committee to continue meeting until 12:30 p.m. Is there a motion? Or sorry, 12:30 a.m.
Hebert, so moved.
Hebert moved.
Second, Brew.
Seconded by Legislator Brew. On the motion to suspend the rules, Ms. Barnhart.
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Broth.
Yes.
Mr. Broth votes yes. Mr. Brew.
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Yes.
Mr. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Felder.
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Hebert.
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Mafucci.
Yes.
Mr. Mafucci votes yes. Mr. Marionetti.
Yes.
Mr. Marionetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli.
Yes.
Mr. Morelli votes yes. Mr. Terp.
Yes.
Mr. Terp votes yes. Chairman Delahanty.
Yes.
Chairman Delahanty votes yes. 11-0. Motion to suspend the rules is adopted.
Okay. Let me just get back up to speed here. So Legislator Brew had the floor, and now
Legislator Marionetti, if Legislator Brew's done.
okay, Legislator Marionetti, I know you have a few questions. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only have a couple of follow-up questions relative to the Public Defender's Office. I don't believe they've been asked, but I'll apologize ahead of time if they have. Firstly, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm on page 472. For the appropriations for mandated training that were at around 19,000, and now we're down to 0. If you could explain that decrease, is there some money that is expected to come in for that? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I would have to defer to our public defender, Mr. Donaher.
Through the chair, Tim Donaher, yes, when we receive year 3 of our oral hearing, or when we finalize the budget for year 3, that will be populated, that line with mandated training funds.
Okay, thank you. Also, through you, through the chair, on page 472, the appropriations for professional services that just went from 308,000 down to 46,000. If you could explain that decline.
Through the chair, it's essentially the same explanation. When we receive or finalize the budget for year 3 for oral hearing, you'll see that the budget will be amended and it'll be increased to that approximate same level of funding.
I see. Okay, thank you. And I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. A few questions through the chair. Can you tell me what the budget total for snow and ice removal is for 2020 and what were the actuals for 2019?
Mr. Chairman, the budget for 2021 for snow and ice is $5.3 million. I'm going to have to take me a second to find the actuals for 2019.
Well, a related question. Is this an area where, through the chair, are we constantly playing catch up from the previous year? Is that kind of the way this one works?
Mr. Chairman, the budget for snow and ice removal is based on a 7-year rolling average. However, you throw out the high year and you throw out the low year, so it works its way down to a 5-year rolling average.
Thank you. That's adequate to answer all the previous questions. Through you, Mr. Chair, this question is for the Veterans Service Agency. The answers that I was given or that I heard when the county clerk was responding to Legislator DeFlorio made me wonder about our vets. Your agency, the VSA, essentially provides the same sort of services, face-to-face walk-up services for veterans that are trying to, apply for VA applications and do other veteran-related stuff. Have the veteran clients served by the VSA faced similar delays and problems with getting the services like they did prior to COVID?
Mr. Chairman, we do have our director, Mr. Stavanovich, on the line who can best answer that question.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this is Nick Stavanovich, Director of the Veterans Service Agency. While there have been, certainly are challenges during COVID, we never considered any option to stop our services or slow them down. We simply innovated ways to be able to carry out those services in a safe manner that wasn't bringing risk to anyone. So, for example, we will, for anything that we can easily do over the phone or email, we will do that. However, most of our clients, we cannot do that with. And it would be disrespectful to do that with clients who are claiming a sensitive case, such as a sexual assault or something like that. So we order our building and have put precautions in place to be able to see clients face to face and able to do those things. I know that New York State does it differently. They are, for the most part, not meeting face to face. It was my opinion, however, early on, that you cannot do this type of work unless you are able to meet with somebody in person. At this current time, we do not have a wait list of anything more than a week for anyone. And when COVID started, we saw actually a kind of an uptick in the traffic that we were getting. Also because we started offering increased services like transportation. Since then, it has kind of leveled off, but throughout the pandemic, we have not been backed up regarding a wait list.
Thank you. A follow-up question, if I may. You said that people might be waiting as much as a week. Is that similar to what it was pre-pandemic?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. So per protocol, if somebody calls and wants to schedule an appointment to come in and see us to file a claim or needing help with any other benefits or assistance with VA, my general rule for the staff and myself is that we do not schedule out more than a week. So if somebody calls, they will have an appointment and be taken care of within the week.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. So just to be clear, there is no difference in their wait times, essentially?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we have not seen a longer wait list since COVID began.
Thank you. My next question is for the county clerk. When you schedule your online appointments, do you provide services for non-Monroe County residents?
Question's that?
It's a leading question, Mr. Chairman, to a follow-on.
Through the chair, I'm just confirming if that's for me, for the county clerk.
Yes, that was a county clerk question. I'm sorry. Through the chair.
Through the chair, our online appointment system takes about 1,000 appointments a day. It does not have any residency requirement. We have them give us their pertinent information. We know that many residents from our neighboring counties do work in Monroe County. So we don't have a residency requirement for our appointment system currently.
Understood. And through the chair, the limitations that you described when you answered Legislator DeFlorio's questions, they apply to every county that has a county-run clerk's office, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first half of your question through the chair.
I'll try again. Through the chair, the limitations that you described to Legislator DeFlorio in answering her questions apply to every county with a county-run clerk's office, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. And also in that we are the second most populated county that is a county-run DMV outside of Erie County, in comparison to most of our peers have significantly smaller populations and different communities than the ones that we manage here in Monroe.
Thank you. And through the chair, that's a great lead into my last question, I think, for you, which is, I've been told by a number of vets that it's faster for them to go to Erie, even if they don't work or live or do anything else there. And frankly, other counties. Can you tell me why that might be the case?
Through the chair.
I apologize. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, I can't speak to what Erie County is doing. I can say that we were one of the first counties during the state mandated 3-month closure that was taking work through the mail. We were actually often processing work from other counties that were not doing anything during the closure because our staff did not get any time off. They were still working. I only know that we're continuing to deal with the issues that we have here in Monroe County. We're not trying to limit the by residency because it became quite effective that our system wouldn't be capable of doing that. We know that there is a very big pent-up demand that we need, but again, we are asking residents that if they have a timely issue, that they contact us through our online portal or contact us through the state DMV. But again, I can't speak to what Erie County is doing because I know we have many constituents, all of our constituents that are getting false information, driving out to other counties that are being turned away because those counties are imposing residency requirements, which is why we're really asking people to work with us within the confines that we're required to.
Thank you. Finally, through the chair, I just may have a suggestion for the county clerk, and that is perhaps, and maybe you've already done this, but perhaps you would take an opportunity to talk to Director Stefanovich to see if there's anything he's doing that you could adopt that might help address the long lines that people are facing, long wait time, because I know it is a frustration for my constituents as well as yours. Moving on to DHS, through the chair, last week I was shocked and disappointed, quite frankly, in the other committee meeting to learn that the funding allocated earlier this year to the FIT program had not been applied. Acknowledging how critical the program is, can the administration please tell me what the plan is to make sure that the FIT operations are expanded such that they're able to assist as many people as possible? Was that heard through the chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Deputy County Executive for Human Services, Corinna Crossdale, is joining us.
Through the chair, in order to increase to 24/7, it's just a matter of increasing the resources. So we are going to increase the resources by 3 FTEs. We've already started the process of posting so that we can bring these individuals on board. Once we get those resources in place, we'll be increasing the hours to 24/7.
Thank you. Just so I can clarify my own mind through the chair, that sounds like a different answer than I got at the Human Services meeting, where I believe I was told that you were waiting on the results of a 90-day internal review to look at how you're doing all mental health services. Am I incorrect?
Through the chair, I believe that Kelly Wilmot had mentioned grant funding that we had received that will be applied to the FIT team to staff up to 24/7. What I spoke to was the fact that we weren't doing this planning in a vacuum. When the county executive announced the 24/7 plan, he charged us with looking at the entire OMH budget and do a short-term look and a long-term look at how we might redesign that system to make sure that it works for everybody. We did recognize during the county executive's announcement that there were gaps in services, and that came up in a lot of community conversations. So that 90-day was our charge in the short term, and we'll be working with the Race Commission in the long term. So all of these things will be working in tandem.
Understood. The next question is from Monroe Community Hospital. Can someone tell me how many times, through the chair, how many times the Monroe Community Hospital Board met in 2020?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we still have Executive Director Alyssa Tallow on the line.
Through the chair, we are supposed to meet 6 times a year, and we put a hold on during COVID. We do have one final meeting scheduled for next week, which would put us at 5 of the 6.
Thank you. The next one is essentially through the chair. The next question is related to cultural and education services. Can you tell me how mid-sized arts organizations are selected to receive county financial support?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mid-sized art support is allocated to those currently 11 organizations who have submitted annual applications. I know that over the past, say, 4 years, 3 of those organizations have left. 3 others have joined us. Basically, there's not a lot of turnover in those organizations. I know one public forum speaker said they have not received information back. I would be very surprised if they contacted the finance department about that. The staff who deal with mid-sized art support field not many phone calls at all actually about this. Like I said, agencies have only turned over 3 times in the past 4 years. But I do look at each of the applications that come in. We request their audited financial statements or their IRS Form 990. Many of them submit only the 990 as they don't have an official audit. We look at their level of service in terms of revenue, what portion of those revenues are derived from unearned versus earned income. I have about 7 factors that I look at, and I basically rate them on a scale of like 1 to. They get 1 point for each criteria they meet, and I think there's like 8 criteria. So some agencies score low, and when they do, their funding is curtailed, or I talk to them to find out what's going on. And agencies that score higher receive higher funding. How much higher? Funding allocations have ranged from $2,000 to $4,500, so it's not a big range.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. And through the chair, promising my last request, can you provide a list of which mid-sized art organizations received the portion of funding in 2020 and maybe 19 and 18, just to see what kind of changes happened, you said, over the last 3 years?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I yield the floor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Legislator Hebert. All right, we had a lot of questions. Are there any further questions? Hearing none. Okay, I want to thank everyone for their excellent questions tonight. And now we're going to move forward in our agenda. The next item on our agenda is the approval of minutes. You have the minutes from the February 26, 2020 meeting before you. They will stand approved unless the clerk is notified of any changes by the end of the day. The next item on the agenda is new business. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, this is Legislator Brew.
Legislator Brew.
I move that we move the remaining items as a single item of the whole.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have a second to that? Legislator Morelli seconds. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Are there any other matters to come before this committee? There being no other matters, the December 3rd, 2020 meeting of the Ways and Means Committee stands adjourned. The next meeting of the Ways and Means Committee will be Wednesday, December 23rd, 2020 at 6 p.m.